So, I have a long ass video here today in terms of just talking. I'm still on the fence on whether I want to go straight into gameplay after this or whether I want to just make this its own video. But, you know, it's shortly after I concluded my first playthrough a year ago. I felt a little empty inside, after having finished Elden Ring, past Lanedale Royal Capital. I can't really say I was having fun for the most part, and that feeling sucked really, really bad. From Software is my favorite video game developer. All my favorite games are From Software games. Sekiro is my favorite game. Dark Souls 3 is my second favorite video game of all time. Bloodborne is my third favorite of all time. And then I guess DS2 and then DS1. Elden Ring is it's both the greatest game of all time and yet a huge disappointment to me. I'm still going to be playing it because the build variety is amazing, right? All of the different cosplays and all that I'll be doing. And it all really just comes down to the fact that they balanced the end game, especially, but really the whole game, around the use of spirit summons. And it basically just turns the game into too easy with summons or too difficult, unfairly difficult, trying to do it solo. And solo is where things are most fun, at least prior to Elden Ring, for me and for, I think, the majority of FromSoft enjoyers. Anyway, this video is going to be kind of odd, so let me just set it up here. I made this video called Why Elden Ring is BS. Uploaded it a week ago. And it was basically like three things in this video that really pissed me off. So three things that happened in this fight that really pissed me off that drove me to make this. One is the fact that this... way too upscale. Here. It's... I think it was after... Let me actually... Alright, found the exact starting point. So, right here, I stagger the bear, right? Stance break it. I'm going in to get the riposte. And I knew from past experience the riposte time for a rune bear is super short. The riposte opportunity time, super, super short. So I'm sprinting here. I'm sprinting. And I do a sprinting attack R1 instead. And usually whenever I'm trying to go up to a riposte to a staggered enemy, I stop sprinting. So I don't do a sprinting attack. But I know the time is so short, I'm kind of desperate for it, so I go for hit R1 anyway. And, look at this. Get a knock on the door. 1 second. Sorry. Like I said before I stopped recording, I got a knock on the door, so I'm a little bit discombobulated at the moment. I wasn't sure exactly what I was saying, but I think basically the fact that the riposte time was so short. Alright. Look at that. From the time you get the stagger, I think that's what I was saying here. From the time, look at this, on the ground. Right, 18 seconds. Can no longer get a riposte, 20 seconds. And I say it in a comment that I'll read later too that I wrote, but it's like, if you're anywhere but in front of them, you're not going to get it. And that's where you're, in front of them is where it's most dangerous, so where you most likely won't be. And I'll show you another video as well how the frickin' actual opportunity for you to get the riposte started ends before even that amber effect ends, indicating that you can get a critical. So anyways, that was the first thing. Secondly, he does like a dash attack, or the dash attack too, but I forget which one was first. I'll pause the video again. Alright, I found it. So this attack right here, the OP dash attack. And I even stated in the video, right? The OP dash attack. Just look at that. So the bear, watch this. He's in recovery. I'm like real quick gonna sneak an attack in. And with the recent 1.09 buffs to greatswords, the heavy attack is faster, or at either the same speed or maybe, I don't know. It's basically the same speed as a R1. It's ridiculously fast. So that's why I was doing R2s here instead of R1s. But I mean, recovery. And the fact that the hitbox starts so early, look at that. Frame by frame looking at it. Right there. Already taking damage. Before he really starts moving forward. Look at this. I don't get it, you know? Like, why? It doesn't have to be that fast. The riposte opportunity shouldn't be that less, like 2 seconds. And then the last thing, which is just some jank, super jank. Look at this. Look at this right here. I didn't touch my right analog stick at all. The game automatically locked me onto some random thing in the background, a squirrel or whatever. Look at this. Or a deer or something. Look at that. Or a wandering noble or something. What? And then lock me onto some random bullshit in the background. Yeah, I mean, so anyway, after I made this video, well, actually, before I forget, well, the other thing was this right here, which at the end of this video, I'll showcase other videos showing more examples of this, where you dodge something almost perfectly, and you still get hit by it. Like, look at this. Right here. So, bear's dodging. You just saw it there, but bear's come leaping in. Dodge over. Still got hit. Now, in this instance, I could have delayed the dodge a little bit, but that was a more than reasonable start timing for my dodge. Look at this. And you still get hit. And like I said, I'll show even worse examples where the dodge timing is even tighter, where you had to dodge when you did, otherwise you would have taken damage, and even after your dodge was finished, you still get hit. Anyway, so after this collection of stuff happened to me with this with this ruin bear, I made this video. I make the video, then I, write a couple more paragraphs just further stating my thoughts. There are just too many instances of unfair / unreactable enemy attacks in the game, and enough random jank like getting locked onto a squirrel in the background randomly. That I already said randomly, but I think. Anyways, that makes this game a headache. Maybe I'll make a compilation at some point, but I'm sure you experienced it yourself. Enemies, including bosses, having 10-hit combos with little punish windows at the end. Way too much damage, especially late game. Truly feels like the devs didn't test a lot of this shit and just threw this game out there. Why is the Ruin Bear riposte opportunity time like 2 seconds? If you're anywhere but directly in front of it, you won't get it. How do you greenlight that for an annoyingly tough enemy to fight in the first place? Balania, Royal Revenants, Foreskin Duo, Red-Eyed Banished Knight, and Castle Soul. That was a recent terrible experience. I fought him on my first playthrough too, but I don't remember how that went, so whatever. I was on my PC playthrough. My recent PC playthrough is where I had just a terrible experience. But I also uploaded a separate video for that called From Soft Guy Jokes. It was pretty funny. Anyways, we're not given the tools to deal with hyper-aggression like in Sekiro, for example, without having to change our build dramatically. It kills me that my favorite game developer has somehow released a game with an unbelievable amount of moments that have you going, why would they do this? This is bullshit. Which is really Millennia and Royal Revenants, my first playthrough. Because after that, when I got to the duo, I was just over it. Because I did Millennia before the duo, I think, in my first playthrough. Anyway, which I think that's how most people do it. The Halig Tree, or Halig Tree, isn't too difficult to get to. I've always called it Halig Tree, but I know a lot of people call it Halig Tree. If one of them is for sure right, and it's not, both are right, let me know in the comments, because I like saying things the correct way. Hence why I no longer say CO for river, and I always knew that was maybe not right. It's Schiefer River, apparently Irish in origin. Anyways, getting back to the point. I never thought I'd say this, but it actually is terrible that the game has done so well, and that it got the praise it did, because I'm afraid we'll face even worse BS in Shadow of the Erdtree and future Souls titles. Elden Ring is both the greatest game ever made and an absolute pile of shite. Give us the ability to deflect or counter / mitigate damage in a way that still keeps us in the fight, and this game is easily gold. After I typed this, I actually discovered an Ash of War, the usefulness of an Ash of War, that I didn't test out previously, so that's on me, which is a Vow of the Indomitable. Basically, Waterfall Dance is a joke with that. I mean, you could have done it with Bloodhound Step 2, but I hate the whole aspect of running away anyway. So Valve the Indomitable is so sick. I just wish it lasted for like half a second longer. Anyway, I could keep going, but just search up Elden Ring bad boss design, which is what all these tabs are about that I'm about to go over. But I'm not gonna get too far ahead of myself here. Or how Linearity doesn't follow the rules, and you'll know what I mean. I don't know where Miyazaki went wrong and how he did so terribly. But if you feel the same, please like blah 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 blah. You know, because I actually like to enjoy Shadow of the Retreat. Then I got a few responses here. So, LOL, he's the same fight for all of us. Just gotta keep practicing. One thing you want to do with these bears is stay close to them at all times. Roll into them, even when you're not rolling. Constantly be touching them. Don't get greedy with your attacks and be patient. I said, appreciate you took the time to comment, man. That's exactly what I'm doing in this video. Lol. And this guy's like, yeah, no, they're BS. So, I mean, what am I doing this whole video? I'm literally staying...
way too upscaled.
I'm staying right underneath the bear. Right there. I'm walking into it. Not staying anywhere. Right there. Just staying underneath it. That looked really cool, that roar. I just have never seen it before, which is why I had that face on there. But anyway, as you can see right there, I'm just underneath the legs the whole time. So really odd comment, and he didn't respond after that. But anyway, those bears should be Elden reward. They're so damn hard to kill. I was like, truly. Now, these are some long ass responses here, so just fair warning. It's like, I'm sorry, but game is balanced to the easy side of things, not BS one. You could just use Lion's Claw to stun lock for any Ash of War. You don't use any Ash of War in 2 minutes. 100% fair point. Also, for bosses, having a summon spirit is OPAF since it takes half the aggro and you can just focus on dealing damage for a while. Exactly. Which is what I hate so much. I find this game much easier than previous Souls games. The fact that the game was balanced around spirit summons. Right. And this makes it BS if you want to be solo. Or just no life. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself because I think I do it in the response here. Maybe it was in another video, but basically either that or practice for 1,000,000 years on a same boss. And no one's got time to play 20 hours for one boss, to memorize that. Well, some people do. I don't, right? I find this game much easier. I'm more than happy to take 2-3 hours on a boss. Orphan of Kos, Dark Eater Madir. I would like to say Gale too, but I just absolutely shredded him. Almost killed him first try. I did kill him second try because I was using the paired ringed knight greatswords. The weapons that really made me want to play Dark Souls 3 just because they looked so epic when I just saw them, and I saw them in the videos, and I was just like, because I'm a strength boy, so they looked so sick. The moveset was so sick. Whether it was overpowered or not, I didn't care. I just, as a guy who goes into these games, find a huge sword that I like the design of, bonk everything, but a sharp bonk. So anyway, the point I was making was, difficult bosses. I'll take multiple attempts to kill, but when it gets to a point where it's just frustrating more than anything else, or you see that it's cheap, where, okay, you did just hit a 10-hit combo. Now it's my turn to attack, right? You go into attack, nope. Margit pulls out a quick dagger, takes 2 swipes at you. Okay. It's dumb. But anyway, I find this game much easier than previous Souls games because there are summon spirits and Ashes of War that help us a lot. Go play some DS2 or Demon Souls to see what's really unfair in a Souls game. And then I say it in my response here too, but I played Demon Souls. I have my first playthrough on this channel. I played Dark Souls 2. I had my first playthrough on this channel. Before Elden Ring, From Software games have always been fun, challenging at times, but I've always found them easy. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, yeah. Should the games From Software bring out to be harder? Sure, but in a engaging way. Like Sekiro, right? Difficult. First time going in, you've never seen, anything about it. Fresh. Difficult. But it's engaging. You learn. Anyway, sorry. I told you it was going to be a long comment chain here, and an even longer one on that response, I think. Honestly, not to belittle you or anything, play however you'd like, but there's really no point in discussing the issue with someone who uses summons because we're not even playing the same game. So we're just not going to see eye to eye on this. And that's just it. But, and like I said, play however you want, but it's just, that's not what it's like you're going to your favorite restaurant every day, right? Or 3 times a week, whatever. And they make your favorite meal exactly how you like it. And then you come back and they switch things up, you know, and it's not the same. And other people are like, dude, just do this or that. And it's like, it's not the same thing. This is not what I fell in love with. This is not what I knew. And that's the same thing here. Balancing everything, or bosses, around spirit summons and bosses looking away from you, attacking something else while you whack it in the back. That's not what I've come to expect from you. That's not how I have fun and why I fell in love with your games in the first place, etc. Anyway, I played both Demon Souls and DS2 and have my playthroughs uploaded on the channel as well. Well, as long as you don't rush into an area and approach things strategically, you'll be fine. Absolutely no assistance required. Same as all the other FromSoft titles before Elden Ring. You clearly have fun in a different way than I do. Using a summon to fight the boss to me is almost like giving the controller to someone else. There's no point to even playing the game. What did I learn? Nothing. Just spammed the boss to death once it was distracted. The fun in these games are always about learning enemy patterns, looking for and exploiting openings, learning dodge timings to attack, in other words, learning to get good. And all the stuff that I'm complaining about with the bosses in Elden Ring, does that mean you can't no-hit them? Does that mean you can't beat them at level 1? No. But is it fun? Engaging? Most of the time, no. At least in my opinion, right? Everything's just about opinions after all. Elden Ring presents you, because wait until the boss is done finishing 100 combo move to get a quick hit and then running away. It's not fun. I'm sorry. Elden Ring presents you with basically 2 options. Have a strong/OP build and use a strong summon to make the fight a complete joke, or try to have fun by actually trying to learn like in the previous games and have an unfairly difficult and frustrating experience. I can't even say that the boss design was bothering me until after Morgott and after, you get to the mountaintops of the giants. But that's really not true either, because even with Radahn and Morgott and Goldfree, I was just relying on the strongest move, which is jump R2, and I was using the greatsword, right? The colossal sword called the greatsword. Your recoveries are so bad, it's so slow. So jump R2, it's quick, does more damage than an R1. So it's like, why do anything else? Why have any variety whatsoever? Although I was using, Ash of War quite a bit too, but it was mostly just jump R1, because I was like, I gotta just quickly get in there and do a jumping attack, because the boss has like no freaking downtime for me to actually attack and do damage. Just do a quick jump R2 and then get out of there. And I was able to do it just fine and kill the bosses just fine like that. Wasn't too big of a problem, but it wasn't fun. And then past that, it was difficult and unfun. Anyway, and it's this way because the devs, for some absurd reason, chose to balance especially late game bosses around the player using summons, hence bosses having 10-hit combos that chain almost immediately into other combos, super short punish windows, insane damage, etc. Why? People still have the option to summon other players like they always did. Eventually, you'll find someone skilled enough to just kill the boss for you while you go sit in the corner. Am I saying that you want to do that? No. I'm just giving that as an example, that you'll eventually get someone skilled enough to actually help you dramatically to overcome the boss. So, again, like I made in this point right here, that's the thing that just absolutely boggles my mind, is why balance around spirit summons when people can still summon. That just absolutely shits on the rest of us solo gamers. I don't get it. As for me not using my weapons Ash of War, I do use them quite often. The video I uploaded right after this one, Cool Exchanges, Elden Ring, you can see that I was having a lot of fun with Nile and did the Ash of War both of my power stance weapons. But glad you brought it up, because that's the other issue. The imbalance in this game carries over to non-bosses as well, like the Rune Bear is technically a boss in 1K, but Ashes of War should be tools that help us get to our objective faster, but by no means necessary. I should be able to fight anything with basic attacks and dodge rolls / jumps. In other words, master the fight without having to lean on something else, like Bloodhound Step or whatever. But even if I used Lion's Claw, and it happened to be a moment when it didn't stagger the bear, you can see at 107 in the video, the bear can choose to just do this insanely fast attack, the OP dash attack, right? And it would hit you because you can't recover fast enough from the attack. That dash attack just shouldn't be that fast, period. And even if you manage to get to stagger and try to go for the riposte, you can see at 18 seconds in the video that unless you're already directly in front of the bear, you won't get the riposte, but you will most likely not be in front of the bear because obviously that's where it's most dangerous. There's absolutely no excuse for making the riposte opportunity time so short, especially for one of the toughest enemies in the game. They just didn't test this shit. Or they tested it and they didn't give a fuck, which is even worse, right? And then he responds, I can see your point, but since they introduced Ash of War plus summon spirits here, I think it's only fair to balance the game around them. I can't say anything else to that except harshly disagree. But if they made things easier, as in less ganky fights or not so great combos for late game bosses, it would be way too easy for people that play with Ashes of War or Spirits. Okay, he keeps saying this, Ashes of War, as if I don't use Ashes of War, just because I happen to not use it in this one encounter, in this one short video. I do use Ashes of War. But anyway, so he says it would be way too easy for people that play with spirits. Let me just stick to that. Summons. So here's my question. If you're using a spirit summon and you kill, or, a summon, let me just say, because the older games, obviously, you can summon players or NPCs. So if you summon with an NPC, and even then, bosses, when you summon an NPC or a player, the boss gets increased health. I don't know if there are any other changes. I don't think the boss gets any kind of new moves or anything like that. I think just the health pool increases. But anyway, even when it increases, those bosses obviously aren't designed to handle fighting multiple people. Even in Elden Ring, the increased aggression, the increased damage, that closes that gap a little bit, but they're still not well designed to face multiple people because the fight's still shit with summons, and if you're semi-competent at the game and you're using a strong build yourself. But anyway, if you were using a summon of any sort, NPC summon, player summon, for Bloodborne, Orphan of Kos, right? If that took you, I don't know, let's say 5 tries to beat that boss with summons, and then it took you 5 tries to beat Millennia, you were using a strong build yourself, you got a skilled player, or you're using an NPC, I don't really see the huge difference for you, the person who uses summons. I really don't. It's saying it would be way too easy. I guess this is just me not understanding the allure of fighting with someone else, taking aggro. But the way I see it, there's no difference. If the boss has the HP they have right now, or if they have 80% of that HP, right? Or if they have 120% of that HP, ultimately, I don't see a huge difference in that. So people who use summons, I don't think ultimately really makes any difference anyway, because it's not really that challenging at all. But hey, maybe I'm wrong on that. Anyway, you are no more powerful than any other Souls game, and the difficulty should be ramped up accordingly. But again, you use a strong build, plus 10, strong summon, it's a joke no matter what. So I don't see that argument, TBH. Game is different than previous Souls, and your playstyle should be different. And that's what I hate the most. It's like, the basic mechanics of the game should be good enough that you don't have to change up your build, use other stuff. The fact that I respect in my first playthrough and use the spirit summon from Millennia, it kills me. I hated it, and I said it right then and there when I was playing it. I was like, I hate this because it's so bullshit without it. It's like I'm using this slow ass weapon that has slow attack animations, that has slow ass recovery. it's so dumb. And that whole idea of having to switch your build to beat something, I hate. The basic mechanics should be good enough, solid enough, that even if it takes me longer, even if it's harder for me, it should still be fun. I think that's the biggest thing we're missing, right? Just because something's more challenging doesn't mean it's more fun. It's a video game, after all. Let's not forget. The main objective should be fun. But also, as long as I can still do it, and it's still engaging and still fun, and every time I die, I feel like I actually learned something, I wouldn't have an issue. But change your build, do something different. You know. Anyway, even without summons, you could have spammed some good Ash of War. And that's the other thing, right? Where if you don't have the game mechanics, solid game mechanics, and it just comes down to just spamming the strongest Ash of War or whatever. Fun, right? No, it's dumb, but whatever. And the bear and be done with it. So the next time I actually get into the game, I will do that. I'll go back to that bear and I'll just spam the Ash of War. Right now, the Ash of War I have on there is Piercing Fang, so I might just switch to Giant Hunt or Lion's Claw and just spam away. But even then, the first time I do it, and it's not going to stagger in one hit, I assume. Maybe two, I don't know. The bear can just immediately turn around and do this fast dash attack. There, I took damage. Anyway, sorry. And I don't have a huge issue with taking damage, but the fact with moves like Waterfowl or Elden Stars, where, especially Elden Stars, where it's like unavoidable damage, you know, it's just, I mean, you can, but you have to be pretty lucky. It's just so dumb. Okay. Game gives you enough openings, but if you try to slay stronger enemies with light attacks instead of Ash 4, the issue is your approach, not the balance. And again, I was doing heavy attacks there, not light attacks. But I say it in my response here. But anyway, so I'll continue. I played with every given mechanic, and the game felt as the easiest Souls around. Especially on caster builds. You're proving my whole point, Sir Alexandru Mate. Thank you very much. This is the easiest Souls game ever when you use the stuff that has always been optional before and wasn't the allure of Souls games or FromSoft games. Anyway, and you know there's no fun in that. There's no fun in no challenge, and there's definitely no fun in frustrating bullshit, which is solo playing, or you know, take a million years to fight the boss when you have other responsibilities in life too. The game's already big enough as it is. No. In my opinion, they should have ramped up HP damage speed on most bosses, so it would be even hard with spamming Ash of War such spirits. Only real challenges of now are Radagon plus Melania. So, I said, sure. I plan to do a run using spirit summons eventually, but if From Software plans to balance future titles similarly to Elden Ring, then I guess I'm just not their target market anymore, which is tragic for me, since my favorite games in order are Sekiro, DS3, Bloodborne, DS2, DS1. I honestly can't even properly rank ER because it has the greatest moments I've ever witnessed in a video game, but also the worst. I could just spam, and I say the worst. I haven't really played too many video games. I played a lot. But, I mean recently. I haven't really played too many other video games recently, because I'm a FromSoft fanboy, right? Prior to Elden Ring. Anyway, I could just spam the Ash of War, but my main objective in this game is to have fun while also being challenged. So I use the Ash of War occasionally when the opportunity presents itself. In other words, when I know I won't get hit immediately afterward because the enemy can just instantly turn around and hit me with a nigh unreactable attack whenever it feels like. Later in the same video, part 25 of my PC playthrough, the 8-hour one I uploaded recently, I fight several more Rune Bears in the consecrated snowfield, and I used Ash of War multiple times then. I just happened to focus on trying/learning to not get hit when I fought this one. And then Sack Slave Gale, Elden Ring YouTuber that I've been watching a lot of, like an unhealthy amount. Every time I just open up YouTube and I see a video, boom, click it, great stuff. Anyway, amazing builds, amazing gameplay. Damn, what a wealth what a well thought out, detailed response. Like for real, late game enemies are stupidly overleveled, especially that bear. Pretty sure it has more health than some early game bosses. Like WTF, most people with half a brain know some of the late game stuff in ER is total BS. And although FromSoft, even in their official strat guide, states have 60 vigor, use summons, and even literally cheese some things, it's a massive disservice to players who have always played these games for the sense of accomplishment. And all my feelings are just right there, you know, summed up right there. Thanks so much for stopping by. Yeah, here to go. The fact I've written so much hopefully conveys, and the fact that I'm doing this long ass video where I'm talking a bunch also conveys how much I love these games, even Elden Ring. And I know with a few tweaks, it could easily be the game I play the most for the foreseeable future. I mean, it still will be because of the amazing build variety, but it could be even better. All right. So yeah, it says. So that's where this video ends. So after I made this video and I talked to some people, I was going to work, getting my little brother from work, and I thought to myself, you know, with all the praise this game has gotten, all the 10s out of 10s, I'm like, are there any videos out there critiquing this game? Am I crazy? Am I the only one that feels this way, who has been that guy for FromSoft, or defending against people saying FromSoft should have an easy mode, FromSoft should have difficulty levels, you know, be more accessible, blah blah blah. It's like, no, get good, you know, actually learn the boss patterns. There's openings. The boss has openings. Take advantage of those openings. Good openings. The fights were fun, engaging. And then it's so hilarious how all that got flipped on its head with Elden Ring. It's just because the simple fact that they balance around spirit summons. And it's like, why? Sorry. I also was watching a bunch of other tiger videos. This is my, like, every couple of years I'll watch a documentary. Wildlife documentary. It's been a long time since I watched one. And I had a random video pop up earlier that related to a tiger being introduced to their cubs for the first time. And that spiraled me into, okay, let me just search up a documentary. And specifically the Siberian tiger, though, because I've never actually seen a Siberian tiger documentary. Just because I've never seen a whole lot of Siberian tiger videos. They're rare and whatnot. Anyway, as I was getting my brother from work and I searched this up on YouTube, I had so many videos come up and I was like, wow. So I just hit them, played them and put the phone down. I'm driving, right? And just to listen as a kind of podcast. So I actually took the time to note every single one of these videos, the specific portions of the videos I want to talk most about, or I want to highlight the most, and then go down to the comment section to see the comments that I liked, or maybe not liked, but also responded to the comments I liked, and also discuss that. So this video is the very first one I wanted to talk about: why boss design fails in Elden Ring by Artorius. Basically, this whole video is what I recommend, and every single one of these videos I'll put the links in the description. Every single one of these videos, everything that he addresses in this video is how I feel about Elden Ring. It sums it up perfectly. But the main things I wanted to highlight is from 226, which I already have it, to 527. So let's watch for a little bit. And it'll be a little bit cringy, honestly, with all these sections that I play, because I'm just playing other people's content for an extended period of time without saying anything. But they put it so well in the video that I might as well just play the video, So I'm going to cut off the webcam here and just play the video.
Ring released. Initially, you will notice...
I hope the audio level is alright.
You will notice guard countering. But then you get to the first boss, and you get absolutely railed. Guard countering doesn't particularly work against him, or much anything else in the game, and is clearly just a niche mechanic much like how weapon arts were in Dark Souls 3. So,
While we're on the point of guard countering, can we not get more poise on guard countering? It's so dumb to go for a guard counter and get interrupted by a single light attack from a straight sword. You know, from specifically PvP I'm talking now. Someone does a freaking quick R1 attack with a straight sword, your guard counter is interrupted. Kind of same thing with like Raptor of the Mists. I don't get it, but okay.
how do I kill this massive ruling boss in front of me? What's the mechanic I must learn to beat him? Where is my core fighting mechanic you want me to learn and master? To my disappointment, this game's core fighting mechanic, the reason Miyazaki said this game will be the one that everyone will finish most likely, like the most, is because your core fighting mechanic is summoning a summon to help you fight. There's really nothing else to say about this. I think me literally saying that the core mechanic is fighting with a summon answers everyone's question. I think everyone knew this, like everyone knows this. I'm just bringing it to the forefront right now. That's all I really have to say, because there's nothing really to say about it. That's it. That's it. Why? Dark Souls has always been a game with magic as an option, and has always had different ways of approaching, but now, in Elden Ring, we are so strong from afar, whether it's Ashes of War or magic, they must either make the bosses do ridiculous amounts of damage, or have insane combos. Do you know why we love Slave Knight Gale? It's because he has some of the most insane combos ever in a FromSoft game, but he is still approachable, because he's built around a 1v1 scenario. Summons aren't taken into the equation, and just because we love Slave Knight Gale, doesn't mean we want every boss to be Slave Knight Gale. Look, I get it. Artorias was praised for his fast-paced combat, and then he designed Bloodborne around this philosophy, and it worked so freaking well. It's worked so freaking well every other time you've based a boss or a game off a boss. And it would have worked well for Slave Knight Gale. There was just one problem. Summons funneled the game into one terrible playstyle. I know From Software developers sat down and said, guys, this just doesn't feel as good. But it still came to fruition, which saddens me. But I also blame every single dumbass that asked for From Software games to be easier or have multiple difficulties, because having summons so heavily built into the game was also to get them to shut up, and they still complained. I would like...
Alright, so, then he talks about gank encounters, which there's really not much to say there. Also terrible. And post-release, I know that, Foreskin Duo and other boss, and the Crucible Knight, Ordovis, that duo fight, the AI has been tweaked so that one of them is more passive when the other one is, you're engaging with the other one, or the other one is engaging with you. Because in this game, you're just a victim watching, can't participate unless you summon. Anyway, sorry, I'm just so salty. And then so that's everything that I wanted to cover in this from that section, and then I'll skip to here. This is the other portion.
From Software, what happened? What happened to gank encounters with unique bosses? Like, seriously, it's like they got confused between Ornstein and Smog and the Belgorgors in Dark Souls.
And we're not going to talk about how he says Smog here instead of Ornstein and Smo. Or is he right? And am I wrong? And all the other people that I've heard before this video that say Ornstein and Smo, are we all wrong? Or is he just ignore that he says Smog? I don't know. That really bothers me. But hey, let's continue.
It's like they got confused between Ornstein and Smog and the Belgorgors in Dark Souls 1. Like, did you think that we loved Belgargoyles, or like, what happened? I'm so confused. Did you guys really get confused? I'm seriously asking you a serious question. Did you guys think that we'd like Belgargoyles more than Ornstein and Smog in Dark Souls 1? I'm seriously asking you. Like, seriously tell me, because I don't know what the thought process is. You guys just getting lazy? Is that what's going on with the gank encounters? Because the gank encounters are just getting worse.
And then he talks about duplicate bosses, which I also, you know, it just is what it is, unfortunately, and it's just another major issue where the game didn't need to be as big as it is. It just didn't. If the cost of it is not as good of a gaming experience, quantity over quality, you know. But anyway, and then I'll skip to 946. I watched all of these videos independently, and then I rewatched them again to note all the times that I wanted to talk about. I took like 3 hours to put all this together, and at the end it'll just come off as me playing a bunch of other people's videos, which it is. So cringe, but it's just, like I said, they word it perfectly, so there's no point for me to even add anything. And I also wanted to highlight these other people that I love so much for making these videos. I'm not the only one going crazy.
Boss fight. My only problem with this type of attack is sometimes the AI will randomly break or just do it a lot. I don't know if it's breaking. I think it's breaking. Well, they'll do it a lot, and that's where it begins to be unfair, because if you are caught close to her, there is no possible way of dodging it, and that's where I think I get the most frustrated in this game. So many bosses have attacks that will happen so fast, there is physically no possible way of dodging it. Attacks like Melena's Prosthesis Rapid Attack and Godskin Noble's Belly Shove just shouldn't be in the game.
Alright, so I just wanted to pause right here real quick. I think the move he's talking about is when she quickly you hear and see the click of her prosthesis weapon, and then she quickly dashes at you and does like the 3 or 4 quick swipes, and he's saying that shouldn't be in the game. I disagree. That one's super easy to dodge. You just dodge into her as in towards her, either to the left or to the right. Both work. I forget which one is a little more advantageous. You know, which one positions you a little better to counterattack potentially. I think it's if you dodge to her right. But anyway, 100% he's correct with Noble Presence. This attack right here.
Types of attacks is where I think they cross Godskin Noble's Belly Shove.
Look at this.
In the game.
What is that? What is that? That's unreactable. That's unreactable, bro. Come on. Bro, come on.
Godskin Noble's Belly Shove.
Look at this.
Just shouldn't be in the game.
What is that bullshit? What? How did they let that through? How did they release the game with it that quick? I don't understand. It's instant. Let alone you trying to dodge it after recovering from something. You know, you attacked and you couldn't recover fast enough. No, that's fucking unreactable if you're standing still. Look at this.
Just shouldn't be in the game.
That's so dumb. Let's look at this frame by frame. From the moment the Noble starts to the animation starts to move, hats right here. Yeah, bro. Let's see how many freaking frames this is. Something just got in my left eye, so ouch. All right, I think from right here, that seems to be about right, because he's doing some other stuff. Yeah, he's doing some other stuff right there. All right, from like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 frames. And you've taken damage. And I don't know if you were staggered before taking damage or not, because the effect came out before you took damage. So I don't know if the effect stuns you for a little bit and then you take damage. Totally could be possible. You know, at this point, anything is possible. But 23 frames from start of animation to damage. I mean, bro, just look at how quick this attack is. That's so dumb.
Shouldn't be in the game.
How could anyone possibly defend this? Please try in the comments if you truly feel that I'm talking out of my ass here. This is so dumb. Anyways, I'll let him talk until you talk.
Just shouldn't be in the game. These types of attacks is where I think they cross the line in combat, especially now that every new game they are all.
And I'm not talking about Waterfall, because obviously no need. We all know.
These are attacks is where I think they cross the line in combat, especially now that every new game they are also updating the AI to be smarter, so that now the attacks they are doing are no longer so random. Like, don't even bother going for a heal in the Godskin Duo battle, because you can bet your ass they are both about to input read the shit out of you and blast your ass to Kingdom Come with fireballs.
Alright, so there you go. Let's go to the comments. After 3 days ago, by the way. This video is everything I felt, and just in case you didn't look at the name, this is me talking. This video is everything I felt and stated after defeating Melania, and again after finishing the game. I can't believe I've only now come across it, because I've only now, all it took was for me to have an urge to see if anyone else was critiquing this game, and I went into a fucking frenzy, as you can see from all these freaking tabs. I was just like, yes, I'm not crazy. And even if no one else was talking about it, I knew I'd be right, but it's great that I'm not the only sane person. Anyways, I will be referring to this video many times, just like I'm doing right now in this video. First link in the description, by the way. Having beat all of Soulsborne and Sekiro, I was mind-numbingly excited for Elden Ring, and was one of those hollows Googling Elden Ring news at least once a day for what seemed like an eternity. And even now, after with how frustrated I've been with the game, mechanics, and just quality because of the repetitiveness and the open world just being too big, I still occasionally look up Elden Ring. You know, I'm addicted to it at this point, just to see if anything cool, newsworthy is out. Shadow of the Erdtree news, whatever. I honestly think that Shadow of the Erdtree is going to be shown at Summer Game Fest, just like 2 years ago. And then it'll release in October. That's my guess. But then again, I don't know Armored Core if it has this exact release date yet or not, but whatever. I was mindlessly, I was one of those hollows Googling Elden Ring news at least once a day for what seemed like an eternity. My favorite game of all time is Sekiro, followed by all that. I was mostly enjoying Elden Ring. And the reason I would put Bloodborne over DS3, but the Ringed City DLC is just too good. I'm sorry. The Old Hunters is too good, you know. Orphan of Kos is my favorite boss ever. The second place is tough. There are a lot of bosses, you know. In terms of Bloodborne, Ludwig. I enjoyed the Maria fight as well, but I just absolutely melted her. So, because she was, to me, too easy, I can't really say I enjoyed her fighting her too much. And she was too easy for me just because it even surprises me, but I was just so dumb patient with dodging her attacks, because they got me. Those super delayed attacks got me. And after they did, I was like, oh, that's how it is. Okay. I'll just fight against my instincts so hard to not dodge early. And after that, it was easy. But anyway, Ludwig is my second favorite boss in Bloodborne, and a contender for my second favorite boss ever. It's really tough between second. There's, Nameless King, Dragon Slayer Armored, Champion Gundyr, obviously Ringed City, Demon Prince, Gale, Madir, Sister Frida. I can't say I actually fought her legitimately yet. So once I go back to DS3 after doing all the cosplay runs, I want to do an Elden Ring. I'm excited to fight her again, because on my first playthrough, I accidentally summoned someone somehow, and they were leading me throughout the whole DLC, and I didn't play the games, FromSoft games, long enough to know I didn't want to summon no matter what. Get out of here. I want to do this whole experience solo. So, and that's how I was doing it for the rest of the game, except for one area in the Grand Archives with an invader came in called Dr. Helper, and they were actually helping me and some other people throughout the level, so that was pretty fun. But anyway, this person helped defeat Sister Frida with me, and I regret that to this day. No other boss I use a summon for, though. But anyway, so I can't really rank Sister Frida, but she looked like she would be challenging. I was mostly enjoying Elden Ring until after I completed Leyndell, and after that it was just BS encounter galore for the most part and repetitive hell. And you really get a sense of this BS encounter galore right when you face that Zamor Knight, Zamor something, I forget what they're called, but those enemies you fight right away at Zamor Ruins. They have those same quick attacks that even if you dodge the first one in a reasonable window, you still get hit by the second attack, their spin attacks, and just crazy damage. And the whole dodging one attack with the correct timing, but still getting hit anyway afterwards, is something at the end of this video I'm about to show a bunch of videos on. I have a bunch of those videos saved right here. I got them all lined up, so I'm excited to show those off as well. It's just like, so it's like, should everyone has to have Bloodhound Step? Has to pre-nerf, right? Anyway, sorry. The game doesn't need to be as big as it is, and I say repetitive hell just because there's not a single new enemy after Leyndell. Everyone, besides obviously bosses like Melania or whoever, the unique bosses, but other than that, all the enemies are stuff you've seen before. The game doesn't need to be as big as it is if it's just copy-paste the rest of the way. Another critique of mine is how big the open world is, but there's just so much space with nothing that you just run through. Like, why? To be fair, that might just mean I'm not a fan of open world games, but if you reduce the open world sections of the game by like 30 to 40%, I'd enjoy it a lot more. I love the actually I think I see it here. Yep, beautiful vistas everywhere, but in subsequent playthroughs, boring as hell, waste of time. I love how gorgeous the open world areas look. Everywhere is a painting, right? Literally just paintings in the game too, right? It's just so breathtaking. And yet, there's just so much land that just doesn't need to exist, And I just have such a big issue with it because I'm the kind of person, I like to check every nook and cranny. It bothers me that I missed an item. It bothers me that I missed a pathway leading to something. An NPC, whatever. It kills me. So I check, I go crazy. I check, how many freaking trees and rocks are there in the game, or bumpy areas on the ground and everything. And I have to check behind everything, every tombstone. And it's like, I'm going crazy. And I'm that nitpicky about it, trying to not miss anything, and I still miss stuff. Still miss a merchant here, there, whatever. Anyway, and because I like to check every little nook and cranny, behind every tree and rock, blah, 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 there's so much of that I check, and that there's nothing there. For like 5 minutes, I'm walking around, and there's just material crafting material, robo fruit or whatever you're picking up, but no items. And I'm just like, there's nothing here. There's not even an enemy spawning in here, or like the skeletons or whatever, or just walking around. It's like, just delete that bit from the game. Make it smaller. If you're gonna make bosses that insanely aggressive, fast and damaging, allow us to dance like in Sekiro, but you'll still chain us to the ground with DS combat with slight improvements that ultimately mean nothing. Reducing the game to either fight boss for 10 plus hours learning to dodge 20 hit combo chains just to get in a quick hit, then run away, or respec to use all the broken stuff, and plus 10 mimic and melt the boss. Whose definition of fun is this? You might as well be letting someone else play the game for you, but apparently that's what the people want. The people telling you to get good when and that the game isn't hard and that this is the easiest Souls game, but it's like, okay, I'm sorry. It's like From Software for some reason just decided to completely flip the script for what they were known for. People like myself, their most loyal fan base, they're going to be a little bit salty about it and complain about it, like I'm doing right now, right? Just a bunch of bitching. That'll change absolutely nothing, but I feel compelled just because that's how much I loved the games prior to Elden Ring. And even a lot of parts in Elden Ring are just so enjoyable, but it just gets so overshadowed by all the bullshit. And just like real head scratchers, like, what, really? That seems unreasonable, but okay. There's just too many instances of that. Such a shame, because I'll just stick to replaying the aforementioned games that have come to bring me so much joy. My immense excitement for Elden Ring was because I assumed the combat would be even further developed after having tasted the combat of Sekiro. But forget about deflects, even the posture / stats bar is invisible. The bosses retain their speed whilst you, the player, get shafted. Tragic. Feels like they didn't even test half of the stuff in the game before it was released. Well put, sir. So anyway, there are a lot of issues with the Elden Ring bosses, and so many of them come down to come down, in my opinion, to trying to go so big with so many bosses like DS2, honestly. Think of it this way: when you fight Gale, Nameless King, Ludwig, Cos, Maria, Female Knight, ONS, etc., what do they feel like? Do they feel like you are fighting a dev attempting to kill you? No, they feel like you are fighting characters. All those characters I mentioned feel like they have their own unique style that requires your adaptation to answer. Now, your adaptation using your own build, however you want to play, not having to change to something else you not interested in using or isn't in your base build. Nothing but Elden Ring bosses. Why don't they feel unique or interesting? Because so many of them have the same mechanic of slowly walking around waiting for a player to input, read, and react to. They act with very little agency for so much of the time, and between them waiting on player input or how unnatural their delayed attacks are, they don't feel like individual characters you are learning about through combat, but instead just feel like a program the dev made to read and punish you. I shouldn't feel the developers behind the boss, and for most FromSoft bosses, I don't. Elden Ring is the first time I really felt the developer's hand behind the game, and it's a real shame. Alright. Staring contest with Melania intensifies. Tries to attack only for her to immediately start waterfowl when I'm too close to her to dodge. You know? Oh man, this is a long one. Might as well just keep it going, right? After nearly, I'm afraid I'm going to run out of freaking memory for this video. After nearly 200 hours of Elden Ring and at least a few hours of different videos of people expressing their critique towards Elden Ring, I started to notice that everybody started to see what are the fundamental issues with this game. While Elden Ring is a huge step forward in terms of world building and aesthetics, it made at least a few steps back in terms of mechanics and content. Some issues are also a direct result of taking these few steps forward. First and foremost is the change in the evolution of Dark Souls' formula to open world. While this is a huge success overall, it, as I have mentioned, produces some flaws that are, in my opinion, fundamental. Games and their content are like a saline solution. The more you dilute it with water, the less obvious its true ingredient becomes. Same happened here. Due to sheer complexity and scale, Elden Ring's character, storytelling, and overall impactfulness of the world is much, much weaker than it was in Dark Souls 1. From Software made a huge mistake to take a step back to total vagueness of the story. Secular type of storytelling would be much more adequate here. Getting back to mechanics, Elden Ring suffers from another trial and error type of experimentation that From Software have done. They added new types of attacks like guard counter, fine, but as you have mentioned, it's pretty much useless against combo heavy enemies. Interesting weapon arts, aka Ash of War, cool, but along constant roll fest, it has become a repetitive bread and butter type of thing where not spamming those makes your character much weaker. There's no fun in that. Very similarly to what I was saying with the jumping R2s, why do anything different? It's the best thing, besides Ash of War, strong Ash of War. So that's why it kills me that they didn't go with a more Sekiro type of combat, even if it wasn't Sekiro, just something more engaging, where it's a little bit of a back and forth. Another thing, Dark Souls franchise was never truly about being anime-ish or something. No, it was always about tactical exchange of blows. Blocking, dodging, parrying, and using adequate positioning and stamina management was a key to win every fight, especially in Dark Souls 1, but here we are now in Elden Ring, which takes us back to what was the absolute menace of Dark Souls 2, nearly turn-based exchange of blows. And maybe they're right about that, but it didn't really bother me with Dark Souls 2 too much because bosses weren't crazy. Because enemies have such long and insane combo sequences, exactly. The only way to beat them is to wait until they lock themselves in a slightly longer recovery animation. Otherwise, there's no way to win a fight. I tried being aggressive, pushing enemies to the brink of their endurance, but that just doesn't work because most of them don't play exactly by the rules we, the players, are forced to play. That is especially prevailing among bosses. What I dislike about the overall experience here is that the whole David versus Goliath type of fights were pushed on another level, where we as players are even more David-ish and enemies are even more Goliath-ish. And that's really it, I guess my whole being salty is about I want to be more aggressive, like the Hunter in Bloodborne, or a skilled shinobi like Wolf, Okami, Okami, Sekiro. And maybe, that's just on me. I shouldn't be thinking that way. It's a different game, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, I'm sorry. Waiting a minute before the boss lets you do an attack, it's dumb. And a lot of these comments, some I agree with, some I don't agree with. But the ones I liked, even I might not agree with everything, but those are the ones I kind of highlighted. So, Elden Ring is filled with cheese, and that's really all it is. Either face the insane bullshit and have the patience to do that, or just cheese it. And its bosses are complete cheese, and they are made assuming you will cheese them back. I'm sorry, cheese is just a funny word to me. No longer fair openings, fair predictions. Fair counters, everything just evolves into cheese or PB cheese. Even the PvP suffers from this. It's just one shot or be one shot. This game, once you finish exploring everything, has nothing to offer compared to Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro. I wouldn't say it has nothing to offer in terms of being able to fight bosses that actually have a recovery time after some attacks. But yeah, late game bosses especially. I mean, I'm super excited to get back to Melania because I believe I can hitless her now. So I'm excited to fight her again. And if with a few tweaks, she'd be my favorite boss in the game, you know. But and I believe I would hitless her just because I watched. I wouldn't even be surprised if the amount of videos I've actually watched since launch have been 1,000. Whether it's roleplay video or cosplay runs, people doing cosplay runs, whether it's speedrunners I've been watching, whatever. You know, how to beat Melania no hit. I just searched that up, and anyway, because besides Waterfall Dance, the really dangerous attack that is really tough to dodge is the Scarlet Clone attack in Phase 2, and I think I got that one down too. But hey, none of it means anything until I actually do it, so excited to get to her. In my honest opinion, it breaks immersion to the point of no return. When you beat the game and become the Elden Lord, it feels beyond hollow, as you by no means are on the same level as any of the bosses you beat to get there. And this I really, really, really loved and identified with because, okay, I'm the Elden Lord, but I either ran away for an hour getting in a few hits here and there to beat the boss, or I used a summon and completely melted them. Therefore, I didn't do it myself. You know, it just doesn't feel good. Not the same health bar, not the same damage output, not the same moves nor size, and it shouldn't be any of those things. But it should still be balanced and fun. Hell, a mob of giant rats can stun lock you and maybe kill you depending on your build and where you are. Yep, it is game, and it is kind of doomed to break the immersion to gamify your experience. It just feels sad to see the immersion thrown like it is nothing. When they did a great job for the other portions of the game. Yeah, but anyway, I think that's everything for this video. Let's move on to the next one. I don't know if I'll read comments that long in that video. That was really long. So the next video I wanted to cover is this one. Starting off right here. So let's just get into it.
With all these short punish windows, you start to lose the sense of reward and accomplishment that the series is so renowned for, because you aren't rewarded with much at all. You'll sneak in one hit after having to avoid 6, and still risk taking damage or missing your attack if the boss reacts too quickly. This can often result in a lot of turtling strategies where you keep your distance and only counter on the handful of attacks you've identified as safe. And at that point, the game has reduced your engagement with its content and it's no longer fun. The other side of this issue is that many bosses have such ridiculously long combos that I was regularly left wondering when it was going to be my turn. Part of me wonders if this was something that was drawn from Sekiro. To do another quick comparison again, extended combos are relatively common in that game because parrying is near instantaneous and highly encouraged to build up posture. Successfully deflecting a rapid flurry of attacks feels like falling into a very satisfying natural rhythm, and it doesn't feel unfair because deflecting is how you're supposed to win fights. Elden Ring has nothing resembling Sekiro-style deflects. It has the Dark Souls-style parry, yet some enemies feel like they were trained by Ishin himself. I can think of several instances of spin attacks, combos that will hit stun you, and a plethora of other curveballs to the point where it feels like they're emphasizing difficulty or spectacle over fairness. This is part of what I mean when I say that trying to top all of the other games has ironically contributed to Elden Ring's downfall. Bosses have become top all of the other games has ironically contributes. This is part of what I mean when I say that trying to top all of the other games has ironically contributed to Elden Ring's downfall. Bosses have become so overtuned.
Okay, I just noticed that my mic was muted like an idiot. Sorry. I was just making the point. Look how when I first got to the Ultra Plateau and I was fighting Lansax or Lanciax, however you say that name. That's the
games has ironically
that's what I got hit with right there, and it was so baffling to me. What, bro?
This is part of what I mean.
And From Software, yes, have never been the best with hitboxes and stuff. Improved a lot in Elden Ring in terms of PvP and stuff, but because I mean when you duck under a spear, it's so good. But anyway.
When I say that trying to
What is
top
this?
all of the other games has ironically contributed.
I was so baffled when that first happened to me, bro. I'm like, how do you not playtest this? Millions of people are going to be playing your game, and you're not going to find at least 10 people that play the game 100%, fight every enemy until the enemy's dead, everything. How do you come across something like this and then just be like, yeah, just put it in? Baffling.
Contributed to Elden Ring's downfall. Bosses have become so overtuned and lost that masterful balance of challenging versus rewarding. For as much as I enjoy the fight thematically, Morgott is a culprit here. Just take a look at how long his attack chain goes on in this sequence. Morgott thrusts with his spear, does a 4-hit sword combo, then pulls out another sword, does a 2-hit combo with it, pulls out a dagger, swings it twice, then pulls out a hammer to do a mini spin attack, and then he's done. Now this is tolerable in this case because Morgott's numbers are fairly underwhelming. He doesn't do very much damage with each hit, and he's pretty squishy despite being the gatekeeper for the endgame. So maybe trading hits with him is the intention, which I actually did find some fun in. On my Strength Faith run where I could actually wear heavier armor, I was willing to trade blows with many bosses since I had the poise to deal with it. Hit trading helps curtail this problem a fair bit, but I still don't think that's a reasonable defense because 1, the series has long established that learning patterns will let you avoid all damage, and 2, not every player wants to play that way. Build variety exists for a reason, and someone doing a squishier dex or magic build doesn't have the luxury of shaking off enemy attacks.
Or someone doing a strength build doesn't have the luxury of attacking without having an insane recovery time where you're most likely going to get hit by a super fast, super aggressive boss that just decided to just do another move, with like no downtime. Anyway.
In some instances, your armor won't matter anyway because some combos are so ridiculous that getting tagged once will spell your defeat. If you've played Elden Ring, you probably know exactly which attack I'm about to talk about. If Elden Beast's Elden Stars move has been nerfed in 1.04, Melania's Waterfowl Dance is now the most bullshit attack in the entire game. Not only does this combo have well over 10 hits in the entire chain, it also tracks you with a large AoE, has insane gap closing potential, and worst of all, it has an extremely slim margin of error when trying to dodge it. If you don't position yourself and time your dodges near perfectly, you are going to get hit multiple times. I find the third flurry in particular really awkward to dodge because she'll sweep past you and the camera will try to turn around to stay locked on, which can throw off your directional input and make you dodge into her. That's not even it with Melania's ridiculous combos. She has this other one where she'll hover in the air and send out about 6 different phantoms at you, each with their own high damaging slashes, and there is nothing you can do about it. This is actually another common pattern in this fight and many others. Aggression is often discouraged or outright impossible on certain moves. Most bosses do not allow you to take the initiative and engage in a constant back and forth. You can regularly get punished for trying to sneak in extra hits or take advantage of cracks in the boss's moveset, because they'll follow up with some unavoidable damage or pull some other trick that makes engaging with them extremely risky. I feel like I'm getting into nitpicky territory here, which I'm trying not to do with this script, but this problem is present in enough fights that it makes me feel like I'm getting punished for just trying to play. Since we're talking about Melania, let's continue.
Alright, so that's the bit that I wanted to highlight there, and then I'll skip to 4631.
In Elden Ring, some light on how this whole boss design philosophy clashes with the rest of the game. In Elden Ring's defense, maybe this kind of behavior is intentional. Maybe they wanted the game to be inherently more defensive, and me asking for aggression to be rewarded more would be me asking for them to alter their whole vision. My problem with that approach is that it typically results in fights regressing to a slow-paced back and forth where the boss takes its turn, then you take your turn, with little room for expression or creative use of the game's mechanics. If you can only slip in safe hits every now and then, you're best off using only attacks that you know hit the hardest and have the quickest recovery times so that you're ready to respond to the next attack. I'm not saying that inherently defensive combat systems can't be done well, but that it doesn't square with Elden Ring specifically. Sekiro had a brilliant combination of offense and defense, but the real beauty of that game is how you can control the pace of the fight if you know what you're doing. The game rewards you for putting as much pressure on the enemy as possible, since it prevents their posture from regenerating and gets you closer to landing a death blow. When you switch to combat that requires the player to always respond instead of initiate, like how it feels in Elden Ring, you lose that unique sense of pacing and hand over control of combat flow to the AI, which I find to be a much less engaging experience. Elden Ring gives you such a wide arsenal with the Ashes of War, guard counters, jump attacks, power stancing, and so on, but it's hard to experiment with all of those tools when bosses are so keen on punishing you for going on the offense. In fact, as I write this script, I'm starting to wonder if this is why I found tankier strength builds preferable to my usual pure dex light weapons approach, because it plays around the fact that many bosses will just hit you if you walk towards them. If you can stomach that hit with poison defenses, it'll feel like there's some semblance of back and forth. I don't know. I really don't think that's the intended way to play, because then what's the point of having so much build variety? One could also argue that Spirit Ashes are the solution here. There's already been a lot of talk over how Spirit Ashes have been handled in this game, with a sizable chunk of people saying that bosses have been balanced around using these summons. Perhaps that the boss's increased aggression and overwhelming attack patterns were done because there's the expectation that players will be using summons to hold aggro and take hits. I don't really agree with that assessment because Spirit Ashes don't solve any of these problems in a satisfying manner.
Boom. So, yes, that is the solution, apparently, Mr. Matthew. Mr. VG Matthew, right? You're saying they don't solve the problem in a satisfying manner. That's why it's so baffling. It doesn't. It doesn't solve the issue in a satisfying manner. But you better believe it, spirit summons are the solution. It's baffling.
Now, because of the state of this game's discourse, I should acknowledge that there's nothing...
Sorry. Let me just read the rest of this because... Hold on. All right, so I have a whole ass script here. So what I wrote was... that's why the existence of Elden Ring in its current state is so baffling to me. Spirit summons are the solution to the hyper-aggressive, no-stamina, having bosses with insane damage. So option 1, unfairly difficult, solo. Option 2, summon and go, there was a boss? So anyway. And then I'll want to skip to 5039.
Me. I don't want to end this piece on such a negative note, so credit where credit is due, Elden Ring does have some very good bosses that I still enjoy fighting. Loretta is one of my favorites in the game because she deviates from what most other bosses do. Her attacks are much more clearly telegraphed and have reasonable punish windows that make you feel like you're actually fighting. She also relies less on a very overused tactic seen across bosses, doing a large windup, then delaying the attack for a good few seconds before letting it rip. This can be an interesting mix-up if it's used more sparingly, since it tests your ability to memorize timings and carry over that knowledge to subsequent attempts. It's also a decent way to punish panic rolling. But Elden Ring has so many attacks like this that it feels like a joke that goes on far too long, a repeated gotcha where the game is laughing in your unamused face. I don't like how frequently this trick is used because it creates so much trial and error that makes learning bosses more of a chore. Loretta has an attack or two like this, but compare that to bosses like Margit, the Red Wolf of Radagon, or Hoaraloo, whose entire identities seem built around faking you out, and suddenly she feels a lot more tame. Her swings are a lot more natural in the sense that you can let your instincts guide you through the fight. You'll see her start to swing, you'll dodge, your dodge will actually work, and you can follow up safely. Radagon is similar, and if we pretend that Elden Beast doesn't exist for a moment, this is a very good final boss. He has a mixture of fast melee swings, long wind-up attacks, and ranged magic that you can weave through to close the distance and bring the fight to him. It also gets a lot of brownie points for presentation, with how it ties back to the Shattering and blasts the game's main theme as you fight him. He works well as the finale to your journey, both thematically and as a capstone challenge. There's not much about Radagon that I find to be unfair or unreasonable, yet he remains pretty difficult because of how much you need to maintain your rhythm against him. He isn't unpunishable, but he doesn't give you a whole lot of breathing room, which requires you to time a lot of your attacks carefully and make split-second decisions about whether it's safe to heal at a particular moment or not. He still relies on the whole delayed attack trick a fair bit, but his moveset is varied enough that it isn't an omnipresent problem. He has his massive slam where he'll hover in the sky for a few seconds, as well as his golden grab where he'll hold his arm up menacingly like he's just waiting to catch you on your roll. I think it feels a lot more fitting for Radagon because of the spectacle of these moves, but also because a good final boss will test you on all of the lessons you've been taught up to this point. The game has made it clear that it likes delayed attacks, so of course Radagon is going to have some too. My biggest complaint with Radagon...
So, I'd like to agree with most of that, but honestly, it felt like with Radagon's, besides like the duo, Melania is just like the worst offender of everything. But Radagon Phase 2, like 50% health or whatever, not Elden Beast. I have like no opinion on Elden Beast. I don't care about him. Spectacle, cool. But I guess on my first playthrough, he like broke and just sat there, and I just killed him because I was just so over Radagon Phase 2, 50% health. When he just, and I uploaded its own video, you know, I said Elden Ring boss spam, isn't this fun? Which I guess it all just comes down to RNG, but it's like he did a million things. I'm like, okay, it's my turn to attack, right? I go for an R1, nope, he teleports again. Anyways, just go watch that, and that's, you'll know I hate Radagon. But he said that, you know, his punish windows are obvious and stuff, and they are. Once he's doing that 3 slam down attack, you know, 3 times slamming down the hammer, you could hit him, especially on the 3rd long one, you could hit him multiple times while he's still winding up, delaying the attack. But besides that, and like a couple other instances, he can just teleport whenever he wants. It doesn't matter. Start up an attack. He's gone. And the biggest, most mind-boggling what to me, besides Noble Presence, right? Besides that attack I was talking about earlier with the fat foreskin Noble, the immediate attack, is Radagon has a teleport attack that is pretty quick, and then another one where it's delayed for a little bit. He like disappears, it's delayed, and then the shockwave comes. And then there's one that the shockwave comes pretty quickly. And there's like no tell between the two. And if there is, I'm wrong, please correct me in the comments. There's like no tell. How are you going to have a move that can have 2 outcomes that has no tell? And, oh, you guessed wrong, complete 50-50. It doesn't matter if you get good or not, it's a complete guessing game. Like, what? Or maybe, you know, the solution is as soon as he disappears, just fucking jump back, roll back. But I don't know, even if you roll back, and again, my whole experience is medium roll. I've never been a light roll gamer. But anyway, and the other move is Melania's, when she, in Phase 2, when she floats up in the sky, does that sword swing attack where she goes from left to right on your screen, and then she does that thrust right afterward. Sometimes the thrust is far reaching and it gets you. Sometimes he barely moves. Bro, how? How are you going to have moves that look identical, and then at the end of them are 2 completely different results? Anyway. Let's go to the comments, huh? Read a theory somewhere where they brought up the idea that the Elden Beast was designed to be fought on torrent, but they for some reason never implemented it. This is what I believe now. So much of Elden Beast's problems would be solved by you being able to summon torrent. Wouldn't be a great boss anyway, but much better. Completely agree. And the fact that torrent has been our companion this whole time, right, helping us out this whole time, and yet we don't get to finish the game with him by our side. What an epic cutscene that would have been. As soon as the Elden Beast comes out, we look over, Like we look over in Dark Souls 3, if you were doing Sigurd's quest line, and when you're fighting Yorm, you look to your left, Sigurd comes in, Yorm, my old friend, right? Imagine how epic that would have been. You look over to your left, and here comes Torrent, and you get on him. How epic. But anyway. Do I like anything? No, I didn't like anything here. Okay. And like I said, those replies, maybe I agreed, maybe I didn't agree. Anyway, I didn't highlight it because there's a lot to highlight anyway. Your criticism of the boss fights is so spot on, especially the point about them making it impossible for you to take the initiative and discouraging aggression. I have been told by others that I simply need to be more aggressive when fighting bosses to win. Telling someone to just be aggressive when fighting something like the waterfall move is like telling someone they can survive going through an industrial meat grinder, as long as they just harden their muscles. A lot of players will discredit your criticism because they've adapted to fight the bosses and enemies in the very specific ways required to beat them, but I still think Elden Ring has lost a lot of what made previous games boss fights so good, namely the ability to fight them your way. Ding, 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 ding. Spectacle over fairness should be a tagline for Elden Ring. That's just it. Huge epic monster. I'm just some weirdo that got lucky. I don't know, man. It's just 39.50. Anyway, the thing about bosses reacting too quickly is actually true code-wise. Enemies read the first frame, so the first frame you use to heal, the frame you don't even notice, they'll know how to punish it. Hence, you go for the Estus flask, flask of Crimson Tears. Foreskin Noble immediately ready to throw the fireball at you. Alright, anyways. So the enemies literally have inhuman reaction time. So let me go to the examples. Oh, this is the one that I was already at. This is when I started the video off with.
Short punish windows.
That rock slinging attack, I think, is what they were referencing there. And
around the fact
this
that many
one,
bosses will
yeah, exactly. Chugging the flask, immediate dagger.
just hit you.
You know. Anyway, Margot just happens to use the attack that can punish you best, not any other. He knows you're drinking a potion the frame the drinking starts, giving the AI the most BS ability to punish you. However, I still play and enjoy Elden Ring, and it goes in the same folder as... Okay. For Honor. That's when I really started uploading games to this channel. Although my first upload ever is from an MMORPG I used to play called Last Chaos. By then Area Games, but now Game Ago, but February 28th or something, late February, it was finally no longer supported. RIP Last Chaos. Private servers are probably, or maybe still banging. Anyway, let's move on. Next video. Let's start right here.
Elden Ring wants to be a slower, more deliberate game than previous Souls titles. Estus is back, in virtually the same animation as Estus had in DS3, and spell and item use is slow and deliberate. Enemies likewise have extremely exaggerated delays on their attacks, and this leaves long windows between hits where you can capitalize on openings if you know hit timings. Theoretically. The most major issue with this philosophy, while great on paper, is that Elden Ring seems to be built on a more co-op playstyle. While not inherently a bad thing, the way it's implemented is horrible. This is speculation on my part since I'm not a game dev at FromSoft, but I think that with the implementation of spirits and co-op partners now being on demand, the AI needs to be more aggressive to keep up. This leads to my first major gripe: animation reading. Zuli the Witch demonstrated that technically, input reading isn't what is happening in Elden Ring. They actually react to the first frame of a new animation. Kind of animation reading. Honestly, this is even worse. The addition of animation reading completely subverts the philosophy a lot of bosses seem to go for, with the delayed openings for combos and longer windows to hit. While attacking, healing, pretty much anything results in being locked into an animation with no way to cancel for the player, the fact that enemies can read those animations and instantly punish is just fucking obnoxious. What the result ends up being is that, especially as a projectile caster, many enemies will cancel out of recovery windows to dodge your attacks, or counter with an attack of their own. The issue with this is twofold. There's no way to react in a similar way since you're locked into an animation with no way to cancel, and that bosses can hit you much harder than you can hit them. As I mentioned, this is to balance out the fact that you can co-op all the time. But the thing is, the AI is always like this. It doesn't turn on animation reads once you summon a co-op player or a spirit, but it's simply like this all the time. And of course, what this means is that if you want to play a solo playthrough, as I usually do, then you are actively punished for it in a way that doesn't seem fair. And I mean fair in a very specific way. I've been playing these games for a long time. Difficulty is not an issue in itself, it's how they're difficult. Ornstein and Smo are difficult because it's hard to juggle two bosses at once, to get space between them so that you can attack your target. Gammon is difficult because he's fast and he hits hard, but his openings are clear and you can parry it. Orphan of course is difficult because he hits like a fucking truck and is frenetic with his attacks, but has clear openings and you can parry it. Melania is hard because she reads animations almost instantly. She really does feel like if you bring a slower weapon to the fight, you're gonna get fucked. So you don't even have the build freedom. Some builds are clearly better than others thanks to our animation reading. And you don't even get the staggers with heavy weapons half the time because some attacks have hyper armor and some don't, and it's not clear at all which is which. Her most devastating attack, Waterfowl Dance, is nigh impossible to dodge all of if you're next to her too. She can even Waterfowl Dance as an animation read of an attack, blending you into a paste for daring to attack her while she stands there and does nothing. Which of course means that when you get her to around 2/3 of her health, the fight suddenly becomes this game of chicken, where you're daring her to waterfowl just to get it out of the way, so that you're not stuck in an attack when she winds up for it. And I've seen the speedrun strats, I've seen people walk around her waterfowl like she's nothing. I'm not talking about people that are able to play this game full time and perfect everything. I'm a normal guy with a job. I can't invest that kind of time. It is shocking that so many bosses actively break the rules that most bosses follow, and that clearly I'm expected to know AI manipulations or high-level dodging techs instead of expecting the boss to follow the rules of the game that I, as the player, and the majority of bosses as well, have to follow. As a result, it really highlights the ones that do follow the rules and makes them look so much better by comparison. I think that Moog is one of the best bosses in the game for this exact reason. He follows rules. He has hard-hitting moves, and while he can mix up his combos to keep you from getting greedy, he has clear openings after them that even with big weapons, you can capitalize on them. And this is really how the endgame of Elden Ring goes, boss-wise. Some bosses, like Moog, or Godfrey/Horlu, are fucking brilliant, whereas some bosses, like Melania, feel like they should be in a completely different kind of game where you can animation cancel. Radigan feels like a blend of the two, honestly. His instant teleports that also have an AoE are super annoying. Not enough to kill most of the time, but damaging enough that any follow-up you get caught by may kill you. For something with almost no warning or reaction window, that's really nasty. Plus, he also has animation reads, but only after a cooldown once his combos finish. And he has plenty of openings to hit him while he whiffs his own hits. I actually really like the Radigan fight. It finally feels more like the way the animation reads were intended. To punish greedy heals and make sure that you're not getting too comfortable. The thing is, virtually all of Bloodborne's bosses are like this, but without the animation reading. In a game where getting hit by pretty much any attack can be devastating, Bloodborne's bosses tread a fine line of being extremely aggressive, but no more than you can reasonably handle within the limitations you have. Think about the Ludwig fight, for example. This guy is insanely aggressive, wildly swinging in a very animalistic way that
I think, I was supposed to pause the video a while ago, but I think it's almost, once he goes done with the Ludwig part, I'll pause.
you need to learn to capitalize on. He hits like a fucking freight train, but it's completely avoidable as long as you follow his rules. Dodge under this jump, dodge into this swing, run away when he crawls on the roof. The rules are communicated in non-verbal ways, and you learn through punishment. But, more importantly, he doesn't break his rules in a way that is convenient in keeping himself alive. And, when he shifts into Phase 2, his moveset completely changes, but this philosophy does not change. His more focused and chivalric way of fighting doesn't make him less devastating, but it also doesn't break the rules set by the first phase, or the game as a whole. He has clear openings after combos that you can take advantage of and get him down. This really is the basis for designing a Souls boss as a whole, but Ludwig really demonstrates clearly how something that seems insurmountable at the start is doable once you allow yourself to learn and strategize.
Man, just seeing frickin' the Ludwig again just makes me want to play Bloodborne again. It's just so good. The three things that I would... The reason why I wanted to pause earlier was with Moog, there's three things I would change. One, and this is kind of something that really irked me on my first playthrough as well. Phase 2, just the blood flames, the blood fire everywhere, lingering on the floor. It's like, if it lingers, if you want it to linger, cool, but can you reduce the time it lingers? It just lingers for so long, and there's just so much of it, possibly, depending on the RNG, depending on what he wants to do. The other thing is, I hate the frickin' overhead spray attack that he does. What I hate about it is the fact that it actually covers behind him as well. Here's the thing. If it was obvious that it also covers behind him by the circle above him being wider and it raining down visibly behind him without actually touching him, great. It just means you can't approach him, which I hate because it's not as interactive. It's still stay away from the boss. There's nothing you can do unless you have something, a ranged option, But also, the flames come through his physical avatar, right? His model. It comes through and still hits you. That looks so dumb. Because that makes you think, oh, it's spraying. He's taking a shower, right? But it's only in front of him. I'm gonna go behind him, but no, it still hits you because it's coming through him somehow. It's just passing through him. And lastly, I hate the fact that even if you drink the Flask of Wonders physic with the tear that nullifies the Lord of Blood's curse, you still take damage. Kneel. So cool, but what's the point of making us take minor damage? Might as well just have us not take any damage. I don't get that. Anyway, and then I think next I'm going to skip to 3611. 3601.
The Moon Presence comes directly after the fight with Gammon and fills a similar role in the story as Elden Beast. It's the true power manipulating Gammon, as the Elden Beast is for Radigan. But mechanically, Moon Presence was clearly built with the speed and agility of the player in mind. Its devastating AoE that obliterates all of your health is mitigated by its standing still to let you rally your health back. It's fast and hits relatively hard, but it's not super difficult. But this is also helped by Gammon actually staying dead. It's not a two-phase boss fight, it's just the Moon Presence afterwards. If you want to, you can mark out and restock on items and Gammon will stay dead. No such luck with Elden Beast. Actually, why does Radigan come back? In the cutscene, we see Elden Beast pull Radigan under the surface of the water and then produce what is clearly a sword made of a body. Not only does Elden Beast do some fucked up body horror to Radigan, just some real I have no mouth and I must scream shit, but if we lose, he then has to go through that again? I feel like becoming a mansword should not be something you can just come back from, Kind of fucked up. And also annoying because it means that when you face Elden Beast and lose, which is very possible considering that the fight just isn't finished, then you have to go through fucking Radigan again. Take the fucking hint from Gammon and just stay dead, Radigan. Jesus. Now, I wouldn't say that Moon Presence is a great boss by any means.
All right, so real quick, it's just yet another thing that I cannot wrap my head around. First of all, great point by him of, Radagon should stay dead, but also Sekiro, you have to fight Genichiro again to fight Ishin, the Sword Saint, the Glock Saint. But, so it is what it is there. But what absolutely kills me, just annihilates me, that I just cannot wrap my brain around, is why the fuck we have to sit through a bright ass light every single time we want to fight Radagon or Elden Beast. Or, Radagon / Elden Beast. Slow ass light entering animation, white light, a wall of light entering animation, and then even after that, just a blank bright ass white screen that you can't skip for a good few seconds. Bro, are From Software not game developers? Do they not know most gamers play in the dark? Either you have a darker room or you play at nighttime or both. You want to force us to do it the first time? Cool. It's whatever. It's fine. Perfectly fine. Every single time we want to face annoying ass teleporting everywhere Radagon and Elden Beast, we have to sit through that annoying ass bright light. We literally have to either suffer. We're suffering either way, but either really suffer by just looking at it, or do this, Bro, what's the thought process there? I don't understand. Anyways, that's all I wanted to cover for this one. Going down. So yeah, this guy says that. But I would also go a step further and say bosses should be not as aggressive as they are. The punish windows should be longer, blah, blah, blah. So I'm on my 4th playthrough now, and pretty much just make a beeline for the Mimic tier as soon as I beat Morgoth, because of the rest of the bosses pissed me off so much without it. And that's just the absolute suffering that we have to deal with, right? Where, as previous From Software enjoyers, we just have to either suffer without a summon or make everything trivial. So dumb. See, you shouldn't have to do that. Exactly, right there. See? So you shouldn't have to do that. They dropped the ball with Elden Ring. Only excuse they can make is the scope of the game got out of hand and they had to release it someday. Still makes me rank it lower than DS2 on my personal list. I mean, there you go. I've heard in another video a good idea of the problems with the late game bosses. You're playing Dark Souls while every boss is fighting like Sekiro. Enemies, bosses, all Sekiro, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them. Sekiro, fast, aggressive, damaging, and you're still. It's such a horrible joke, but it's real, and we're here, suffering. Okay, this video is just a quick one. After the last upload, part 25 of the PC playthrough, I actually searched up if there's a way to turn off these Dragonkin soldiers of Naxxtella in the consecrated snowfield. Is there someone I had to go kill? At first I thought it was, one of those snails, spirit collar snails. Is there an enemy I have to kill, basically, or something I have to do to get rid of them? And this guy, he tested it. Apparently, if you kill them 17 times in a row or something, it disappears. It no longer just keeps on reappearing to attack you. But if you rest, they appear again anyway. Awesome job. You spent quite a bit of time and resolved so much mystery. Yeah. So, yeah, look at this. It feels like they ran out of time and wanted to throw in a random recycled hazard so that the area seems harder than it is. Couldn't agree more, right? Yeah, because getting jumped by rune bears while running blindly through the start of this area clearly isn't annoying enough. And that's just, there it is. It's, praise the game all you want for all the stuff that it's good for, but please don't just deep throat Miyazaki and From Software when there's also a bunch of bullshit. Please, let's call it out. It's stupid. So I saw this video randomly recommended to me, as YouTube does, so I just clicked on it, curious. And a lot of this was just the person wasn't good at fighting the boss yet. But it was shortly after release, so I mean, I kind of felt the same way too. Alright, she's an optional super boss though, so it makes it okay. I don't know what they were smoking when designing her. That's just it. No boss, for how difficult, should be able to bend the game's mechanics like this. She can cancel her stun recovery into doge animations, or even into hyper armor attacks, even directly into waterfowl dance. While she has hyper armor, she cannot lose her stability. The game teaches you that landing charge attacks can break boss's stability in the middle of a hyper armored animation, but nope, Millennia is built different. I mean, Elden Ring even has a later dodge input than DS3. They need to fix it. It's like, no, and they don't. The fact that they actually fixed Radahn's hitboxes or whatever, but apparently Millennia is intended to be the way she is. Okay. Spirit summons, by the way. Well, technically it isn't random because that attack gives her hyper armor from the startup animation. Still doesn't excuse the total bullshit. She can just trigger the attack whenever she feels like, and you'll get punished for no reason. It's like waterfowl dance. If she stayed up in the air for like 1.5 or 2 seconds longer, just sprint away from her. Well, if you did a jumping heavy, for example, using a colossal weapon, I feel like even then you wouldn't be able to outrun damage. But anyway, so I was gonna like this comment, but then it's like, I actually like this ability for her. I'm sorry, I just agree to disagree. I'm sorry. Absolutely hate this fight. Her entire challenge revolves around her breaking the game's core mechanics so she can do one move that is extremely hard to dodge. There you go. Alright, let's start with our next segment. 159 of Elden Ring has a bad boss design.
Because bosses can and will roll catch you if you don't put effort into timing your rolls correctly. I have nothing to complain about here. It's a way to raise the skill floor and it doesn't feel bullshit at all. Okay, that was the positive part. Let's get to the annoying aspects of Elden Ring's boss design. Oh boy, where do I start? Well, probably with the fact that bosses jump around the arena like spider monkeys on crack. Look at this. This is infuriating. He chains combos, so you have to be passive and dodge while waiting for the appropriate moment to strike. But just as you're about to strike, you get maybe 1 or 2 hits in before he just jumps away. I have no control over my spacing in this fight. He is close to me if he wants to be close to me, and he's far away if he wants to be far away. I have no say in the matter. In the other Souls games, if I wanted to be close to an enemy all the time, I could do that. This is not the only fight where spacing and waiting is an issue. The majority.
So, just a real quick snippet here. I guess I just got really good RNG when I fought Malekith for my first playthrough, but he was not jumping around like a spider monkey all that much at all on my in my first couple of encounters with him. I killed him, third try was it? I forget. And what was I doing? Jumping R2 over and over again. Best move in the game. Because do anything else, and why do anything else?
Majority of fights are like that. This combined with the massive health pool of these bosses leads to fights that drag on for far too long. No, chasing after the Elden Beast is not fun. No, chasing after the Fire Giant and dealing with his massive health bar is not fun. Okay, the boss fights are too long. What to do? Well, we can always try to parry and riposte. Riposte do a lot of damage, right? Well, no. Ripostes actually suck in this game. You have to parry bosses with tricky parry windows 2 or 3 times in a row to be able to riposte them. But when you riposte, you
so in terms of riposting sucking, sorry, I got a freaking pop up. 1 second. If you're using bleed build or something, for example, like I think he gives an example of here, then 100% you'd rather just do that than riposte. But riposting is not completely useless because the boss is actually, or enemies, on the ground after you riposted them in a recovery animation, so that gives you time to heal or whatever, so it's not completely pointless. Or buff up or whatever, I guess, if it's a quick buff up anyway. And plus, depending on your build, it might be more advantageous to go for the riposte as opposed to other forms of attacking. I also wanted to preface before I started playing this video at all, that in the beginning he says he didn't enjoy a single boss fight in Elden Ring. Now, that's his opinion, of course. I enjoyed boss fights in Elden Ring. I enjoyed Margit, even though he does have a lot of the same BS stuff that is unenjoyable, such as, you're further away from him. He doesn't do the quick dagger attack. You're staying in front of him. He can just pull it out of nowhere, kind of a thing. Or you dodge, or that 3-hit combo where, the long sword quick attack that he swipes at you twice and then does the thrust down with his main weapon, the big stick. It's like you dodge one of them perfectly, you still get hit by the other one, which, like I said, dodging something perfectly and still getting hit by the follow-up attack or the lingering AoE or whatever is a video. I'll show some quick clips of that at the end that I had personal experience with in terms of compilations, stuff that I recorded, and from some other people as well. But so yeah, I think I'm going to skip forward a little bit though.
There is also the posture break mechanic, but it also kinda sucks. We already know riposte suck, so what reason is there for you to aim for a guard break? There is no reason. You're pretty much better off spamming bleed than aiming for a posture break, followed by a critical. To make all of the above worse, Elden Ring's bosses have dumb AoE attacks you can't really react to. A good example is Godric's wind attack. So, Godric does this little breakdance combo, right? And you see an opportunity to attack, and go for it. But then he does this stupid move. There's no way you can react to this as a melee build. The only way is to just expect it and roll away the moment you see him move even a little. The Godskin Noble also has his expansion attack, which, well, there is no way you can react to this.
Okay, so I just want to really quick talk about this one. The Noble Presence attack, which is one I talked about earlier, the immediate, right, sends you flying up in the air. That one is unreactable. Is that what he confused it with? I don't think it is, though, because he says expansion attack, and he's showing the actual expansion attack. Okay, maybe I'm crazy, but this looks super reactable. Look at this. Well, unless you're recovering from an attack, right? Unless you do a jumping R2 with a colossal weapon, and you're in reaction frames. I think that's what he's talking about. That kind of instance. But even then, that's quite a while, because the animation starts, the tell for it starts like right here, but then again, it could be another one of his attacks, right? Yeah, it could be he's maybe lowering his body to summon, to lowering his left hand mostly to summon the ring of black fire, or maybe he's doing the super quick actually unreactable attack, the Noble Presence attack. But this one, that's quite a bit of time for you to react, but I can definitely see there being instances where it's super hard to react to, or you just can't, rather, because you're in recovery, because you attacked when you thought it was safe, but then the boss could just do another attack. That's what Elden Ring is all about.
Which, well, there is no way you can react to this, okay? There is none. I call this what it is. Bullshit. The blatant input.
That's so funny how the video buffered there.
There is none. I call this what it is. Bullshit. The blatant input reading these bosses do is also extremely annoying. Bosses would just sit there, waiting for you to heal or attack, and they will hit you with something that's just impossible to dodge, because their attack started as you pressed the button to perform an action and before your animation started. By the time you initiate your animation, you're stuck in it and get hit. Very fair. Thanks, Miyazaki. Now let's talk about how, despite all of the bullshit listed above, this game somehow manages to be the easiest From Software game by far. If you pay attention to the game's mechanics and have experience with other From Software games, then you can quickly realize that a tanky summon to pick up all the aggro for you while you hit enemies in the back makes learning attack patterns completely unnecessary. Status effects like Hemorrhage, aka bleed, are also extremely powerful, so make a build so that every jumping attack is guaranteed to make a boss bleed. But wait, there is more. Pick up a talisman and a hat that increase your damage when you make enemies bleed, and get a talisman that increases the damage of successive attacks, and boom, you can now summon your spirit ashes and L1 spam bosses to death before they get the chance to jump around and do the annoying stuff they would usually do. No skill required, just spam. So this is pretty much how the bosses in Elden Ring are. You have the option to use all the useful game mechanics and annihilate them before they get the chance to do anything, or fight annoyingly long battles of attrition with a bunch of RNG when it comes to which and how many combos bosses can string together, and deal with bullshit unavoidable AoE attacks. I don't find either of these ways to fight bosses fun. I just can't get the same rush I get when fighting Dark Souls 3 bosses or Sekiro bosses. There is no epic back and forth combat here, just a lot of waiting or a lot of cheese. I want to explore the open world and uncover its secrets, but I don't enjoy the boss combat at all. If you like this video, then be sure to subscribe, leave a like, and comment for the algorithm. See you in the next one.
Alright. I'm laughing because a whole lot of patience, or a whole lot of waiting, or a whole lot of cheese. It's just so bad, man. I feel like if they're gonna make hyper aggressive bosses, they should also let you be aggressive in return. Otherwise, it's just watching simulator. So dumb. Sekiro's bosses nailed this, because as long as you stayed in their face, you controlled the pace of the fight, which is just not an option in this game. You don't get to be aggressive. And then responding to this is just not true that you can't be aggressive. Okay. Not really. You can't control the pace and force the AI into uncomfortable positions like Bloodborne and Sekiro. You have to play by their rules. And playing by the boss's rules doesn't necessarily mean I'm not having fun, but when it's as bad as Elden Ring, the wait times, the damage you receive, the wait times to get in your own damage, just to be clear if that wasn't clear, it's just not tuned well, man. Because Dark Souls 1 is a good example, where you can initiate, you can R1, and the boss can't immediately attack you with something that wouldn't. It can't immediately attack you with an attack that you either can't dodge out of the way of because you're in recovery of your own attack, or is an AoE where you dodge it, it still hits you because it covers a lot more area than it should. It's just, or there's lingering iframes, or sorry, not iframes, but there's lingering hitbox that outlast your iframes, no matter what your role. They really need to consider their design philosophy for future games. If they insist on making faster paced combat with hyper aggressive enemies, then they really need to start evolving the base mechanics along with it. They should focus more on making fun and engaging combat rather than jacking off to the hardest game in the world mantra. And this just sums up everything that I feel. And I wasn't really exactly sure what that disgusting feeling I had was at the end of my first playthrough, besides this is bullshit, right? But this is exactly it. I don't understand why you're gonna keep us Dark Souls and then bring in Sekiro enemies and bosses. Okay, we'll balance it out with spirit summons, so just let AI basically kill the stuff for you. It's just Sekiro already nailed this issue, which is odd. I can't believe my favorite game of all time, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, is then followed by Elden Ring. Same people, by the way. I don't get it. And Troll Axe Thrower, they made mods that do just that. So I commented on Troll Axe Thrower's video, the last video they uploaded. They haven't uploaded it in a long time. Swordsmanship mod. I'm super excited to play it, is what I would like to say, but I think they didn't update it in a long time, so I don't know if it would work with the latest patch, which is 1.09 as of the recording of this video. But maybe I'll go search up an older Elden Ring version if I can download it and just play it on there, because I have to. I know Elden Ring Reforged also has deflects. I actually uploaded a video from Troll Axe Thrower's channel. I did ask for their permission to repost a clip showing the deflects. I think I got the permission. I don't actually remember now, but I titled that video "What Elden Ring Could Have Been," and it's just a clip from their video, which is just it deflects. It just feels so right, man. I don't know. I just hate running away from everything. Oh my god. Oh, I'm running away. Oh my goodness. Oh, sneak attack every once in a while. Ha ha ha. It's like, and then I'm the Elden Lord at the end. Shut the fuck up. It's so dumb. And we got another guy here, another Somali brother. Somali like myself, but we're in complete opposites, in complete opposite corners here. I'm disagreeing with everything he says. I'm agreeing with everything the person arguing with him says. Dude, the game is broken. Just say it as it is. Elden Ring feels like a huge step backwards after Sekiro. The combat is literally just DS3 with Sekiro bosses. ER combat isn't unique. Like, this is exactly what I thought, and then to read all these comments saying the exact same thing was just so euphoric. I'm not going to read this whole thing. It's long. Learn the boss's movement. See, that's the problem. By the time you memorize each and every one of their attacks, the game itself loses its true meaning. Playing and enjoying. I lied. I will read this whole thing, because thank you. Yes. You shouldn't be memorizing their animations. You should be able to dodge them blind without knowing what's coming next. Well, you should be able to... The first playthrough, right? How do you make these games still consistently fun without making it bullshit like Elden Ring? Easy. Just give us bosses or enemies with different movements, different timings, without making it bullshit. Without making me have to look up a guide to dodge waterfowl dance, or to have to switch out to something else I don't normally use in my build. Like Bloodhound Step. I'm not familiar with this new enemy's animations, you know? So it would be just as challenging as Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro. Who out there was saying, you know what? Dark Souls 3 isn't difficult enough. Sekiro isn't Sekiro is a different combat system, so let me just omit that. Bloodborne isn't difficult enough. Was there anyone out there saying that? It should be even harder. No. Just give us something else, but the animations are different. Just like in Bloodborne and Sekiro, then we'll eventually learn the movements. And then that's when it becomes easy, because we got good. Anyway, you shouldn't be memorizing their animations. Yeah. I blindly and accidentally went to Gascoigne at an early level and killed him, didn't die once. Elden Ring is full of problems like this. It's a memorize, then play the game. By the time you memorize everything, boss fights become a dull. I'm not sure I totally agree with that, based off of what I just said a second ago. As long as you learn the new movements and learn how to evade them, that's great. The problem is I just don't want to wait 30 seconds in between a time that I can get an attack in myself. It's boring, unengaging, hence not enjoying. I can play Bloodborne or Sekiro anytime I want, and I still have fun like it's my first playthrough, because those games don't require you to memorize every movement. They require your attention and dedication. I never felt rushed, exhausted to win a boss fight. In other From Software titles, every single fight, even the bad ones, had their own exciting feeling, even in Dark Souls 2. Okay. Alright, I just paused to see if I wanted to... If there are any other parts of this comment that really I felt like reading. But yeah, there is. Right here. In Elden Ring, however, you have to follow a strict build or a combat way to fight the bosses. Great swords, ultra great swords, and others, in other words, colossal swords if you're unfamiliar. I think that's pretty obvious though. And other slow but tough weapons are completely useless. It feels that way. You can't even use the equipment that's presented in the game in most of the boss fights, when the punishment window is only 1 or 2 seconds. Wielding a greatsword alone takes 2 seconds, and if you go for the second hit, you'll most likely die. And sure, you shouldn't try going for the second hit if you know the boss is going to follow up with something, but the boss can just choose to follow up with something, choose not to follow up with something, do whatever the hell it wants, who knows, shove a stick up your ass, and there's no way for you to prepare for it. But, well, that's not entirely true, but the main point I was trying to make with that is there should be moments where you can attack twice, where you can hit R2 twice. Give the boss a long enough wind down after an attack, recovery time, that we can get 2 hits off. So it's not Do a jumping R2. Why do anything else? Do this Ash of War. Why do anything else? Do one R1, then run away. Why do anything else, you know? And one boss that they literally took all of this, all of the recovery time from late game bosses especially and everything. They took all that and gave it to one boss, and that's Commander Nile. And I'll explain that in a second. Well, I was about to say I'll explain that at the end of the video because I have it written down in my notes at the very end, but I'll just say it now. It's like, for example, Melania, right? She doesn't have a recovery time that's, what, longer than... I don't even know. Almost nothing. Besides, obviously, Aeonia, Scarlet Aeonia, but you can't attack unless you're ranged. Unless you attack from ranged. Commander Nile, his frickin' one of his charge at you attacks, he comes flying up at you, swings at you, and then he has that like 10-second recovery time, and that might even be an undercount. It might actually be more than 10 seconds. Why is that recovery time so long? It just feels so unnatural and weird. But at the same time, I'm so appreciative for it compared to the bullshit. Like, give me that as opposed to no recovery. Or hit once, then run away for a million years, you know? But actually, I can't even say that because it's not really fun to just wail on a boss doing nothing either. So how did they balance that? They gave him summons. So yeah, you have to fight. It's a Gank boss, you know? Just use a Bewitching Branch and get it done with, I guess. Or summon yourself. Sorry, I gotta... yeah. But in the meanwhile, bosses are free to do whatever they want, whenever they want. And that's really the main issue. There should be limits. We're gonna unleash limits on the boss because players can summon. You can't punish them for going ultra long combos and spamming AoE attacks. That's a bad game design right there. The game itself is forcing you to do 1 to 2 hits after a long period of enemy animations, and even if you fail dodging their attacks, get hit or land right in front of them, they just keep spamming the same animation till eternity. And that's the issue. A boss is done doing a million attack combo, and then afterwards they'll just do the same one over again. There should be a cooldown, but I'll get to that later. They are not playing by the game's rules, and when you try to play the game by its rules, and the game itself punishes you for doing so, and I am not going to talk about how they can just do 360 degrees and still hit you after, even after you dodge them properly. The game is broken, flawed, and unbalanced. I love Elden Ring, but if this is the future of From Software's game design, then I'm out of the ship, sorry. And that's just it, you know. I guess they don't make games for people like me, people that was their primary audience since forever, since Demon's Souls, you know. I guess Fukas. Some bosses felt like I had to wait for a certain attack just to do a jump attack in, just a jump attack in and then roll away and repeat. And that was Malekith and Moog and Morgott. My first playthrough, just jump attack, jump heavy, and that's it, just back off. Doesn't mean you have to play that game that way, but everything else just seemed like so much bullshit where I would get punished immediately afterward. And I still was getting punished immediately afterward because big slow weapon is bad. Honestly, coming from Bloodborne, it was a bit hard to adapt to playing this passive. I found Bloodborne's bosses much more engaging, and that's really the main thing, right? Fun and engaging and difficult, but it's just bullshit. I absolutely enjoy Elden Ring from the beginning all the way up until you get to the mountaintops of the giants. I understand there's supposed to be a difficulty spike, but geez, the balance from that point on in the game gets so lopsided against you. That also seems slightly worse if you don't use sorcery/incantations and use melee only. Hence me, the big dummy that just likes to find the biggest sword and sharp a bonk. Alright, Unga Bunga, sharp edition. The late game bosses in general seem hard for the sake of being hard, not for the sake of being a challenge that you can overcome through learning move sets. I mean, Melania looks like a little Sekiro boss that Miyazaki from Software dropped into a Souls combat oriented game just because. That's not fair or balanced. It's just insane bullshit. Perfectly summarized. Insane bullshit is a nice way to put it. Simply thoughtless feels more accurate to me. Melania is an incredible, fair, and hard fight. Okay, denial. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I suffered through Moog and Malekith, then quit the game of Melania. Why? Because I refused to change my solo strength build into a Bloodhound, Bleed, Mimic, Mage, or spend hours stuck on unfair. But it's like it's literally what I wrote for my script to say is like almost word for word the comments that I came upon when I was reading the comments. It's so amazing. Unfair bosses that aren't fun to fight or satisfying to defeat, and that's really the major thing. It's like at the end of facing Melania for 20 hours or 5 days, as I like to say, there's no fun, there's no overcame this great it's just despair. It's dumb. Why? Many people don't seem to understand that if From Software have abandoned their tough but fair design philosophy, then they have also lost all respect for their fans. Unless this is corrected, their future games will only get worse as a result. You know, Saturn 580, I completely agree, but 20 million tarnished. 10 out of 10 reviews. We're in the minority, and who the fuck are we? It doesn't matter that we played and supported From Software all these years up until Elden Ring. It's all about the masses now, and plus 10 Mimic Tier. Or Tish. I think that's how you say your name, Tish. I think Tish, right? Malekith wasn't that hard with a strength build. And I like that because that's how I beat my first try. And like I said, I just stayed right underneath him and I just kept doing jumping heavy attacks. And he kept doing that slow overhead attack. And it was just easy. He isn't that hard in my opinion. I think his first phase is worse. I have so much more trouble with Beast Clergyman than Malekith. And like I said, maybe that's just because I got really good RNG on my first playthrough. But even on my second playthrough, I didn't have trouble with him well, maybe I did. I don't remember. But on my second playthrough was I titled Elden Ring Dream Runner. I was just doing a lot of busted stuff just to get through the game with different builds and whatnot, bleed builds. I don't know. Beast Clergyman is so... Like, once you learn him, he's not bad either. But it always felt like the timings were off. Once I get hit with one hit, the very next hit he would do is so fast I would get hit with that one too. Yeah. I would have loved if there was more of the second phase. So, this is the big thing with this. So, these comments are kind of opposed to each other a bit, but I liked both, and I'll tell you why. I wish, because of the good RNG that I got, I guess, my first playthrough, Malekith, it didn't really annoy me at all. He just died so quickly that I was like, dude, how does Melania get almost a second full health bar, and then Malekith, who is way easier than her, starts off with less than half, depending on how much damage you do, and even worse than that. Well, I won't say even worse than that, but even to add insult to injury, his stance bar doesn't reset for phase 2 either. So if you were close to stance breaking him when you sent him into phase 2, the next hit, if it's a heavy or whatever, he gets staggered right away. So, and then you do that, riposte him, and he's almost dead already. So he just is such a cool visual design, as they say. But I wish he got a full health bar, and if not a full health bar, like 80% of his health. I love Malekith's lore and visual design, but flipping around the arena like an anime character makes it hard to punish any of his attacks with a slow weapon. Again, I guess I got good RNG, so it didn't really happen to me. You spend most of the fight just waiting for an opening or chasing him around the arena. Don't even get me started on combos that chain into combos, then finish with an AoE explosion that can hit you from the next postcode. It's not that these fights are too hard, it's just that they're not fun. And I like the comment because the rest of that describes a lot of the other encounters. Fire Giant, Elden Beast, whatnot. But I didn't have that problem personally with Malekith. Anyway, let's move on. Elden Ring, quick critique.
But my biggest problems cut through all of these positives. And the biggest one is that this is an open world Souls game, which misses the entire point of a Souls game for me. There is too much open world in this open world. Okay, now let me explain where I'm coming from. In the entirety of the Souls series up until this point, the games are in this beautiful balance between an interconnected world that isn't quite an open world by today's standards, and also not a linear action game. You're free to go to places that you're not necessarily supposed to go to at that point, and generally live your life without much restriction. The beginning of Dark Souls 1 in particular gave you the option to fight a large number of its bosses right out the gate. Now, you would be totally outclassed if you fought Sif or the Gargoyles as your first boss fight, but it's entirely possible to do so. I would classify that as pretty open design, wouldn't you? The example I used in the Dark Souls 3 video still applies as well. A big fork in the road happens when you reach the swamp. If you head for the Abyss Watchers and find that they're too much for you at that moment, then you can turn right back around and go all the way to the Cathedral of the Deep and take on the considerably less challenging Deacons. Sekiro is in the running too, with several deviations from the main path that you can go to and from at any time. Now, with Elden Ring, this is still the case, obviously, and even more so. You can travel all the way to Caelid, a very late game area, right out of the tutorial, and I know this because I did. I wandered and ran into some really challenging obstacles. This sounds no different than anything that came before, right? Fundamentally, the formula of choosing where to go, what you find, and what order it's done in is the same. But the difference is how long it takes to get between each of those things. In the previous games, everything was expertly compacted into these labyrinth-like worlds that would often weave and overlap into each other. It was an undisputed masterclass in world design. Elden Ring, on the other hand, has decided to spread all of these points of interest out over a humongous open world map. And in my experience, this means a whole lot of doing nothing. Riding Torrent over long stretches of terrain where nothing is really happening. The traditional Souls level design is put on display in each of the game's legacy dungeons, more on that in a second, but the rest of the exploration felt much more sporadic. Is putting more and more negative space between points of interest a good thing to you guys? I know I would much rather just have all of the meticulously crafted content given to me through traditional progression. And I can hear the comments saying now that the space in between the big dungeons and towns gives smaller instances a chance.
So, and again, this just might mean I'm not a huge fan of open world, or maybe even just a fan of open world. But another thing that really bothered me, but it is what it is, you know, if you weren't riding torrent, the world is just way too big. It's just way too boring. All of my From Software playthroughs, right? Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro. Actually, I don't remember Sekiro so much, but the others for sure. Every single time I was walking forward into a new zone, I never sprinted, ever. Right? And I think that's most people, right? You just hold forward on the analog stick. Your character's doing a light jog, right? Going through. It's fascinating seeing what's around the next corner. Is it going to be an enemy? Oh, tough enemy. What is it? What's going on? Items, new locations. Ooh, an elevator, shortcut back to whatever. You know, the standard From Software level design. And going through an area, even the wider open areas, as long as you just hold forward on the analog stick, as easy as you can get, right? You're zooming, you know? Great progress. And that also gives me time to appreciate the surroundings. Because as I'm going through it, the architecture, the atmosphere, it's all so good. Try doing that in Elden Ring, right? Just holding forward on the analog. And again, this is just a personal thing, but I just want to include it as to what also lowered my, I don't know why I'm having a brain for it right now. My enjoyment of Elden Ring is you hold forward on the analog stick, do a light roll while you're in the open world, light jog forward while you're in the open world. You might as well go kill yourself. You're not going anywhere. And even if you're holding circle, right? And it's great that it doesn't consume stamina out of combat. But even if you're just holding, imagine holding sprint throughout Lake of Liurnia just to get from the start point, from the lake facing cliffs, Site of Grace, right after you come out of Stormvale. Imagine just sprinting towards getting the Academy Glintstone key near Smaragd. How long is that going to be without, torrents? I don't know. when I'm traversing the world with on horseback, it doesn't feel the same. And I feel like, I guess it just doesn't feel more so like me, like my character going out and braving the danger, braving the wild. I'm on this horse and I'm just galloping through. I don't know. It doesn't feel as good. So that's essentially the main thing with the open world that gets me, is just too big, and it is what it is though. Now I'm gonna skip a good bit of this, but essentially, he does complain about a whole bunch of the copy paste dungeons. Which the thing I want to touch on that is really what really irked me about Elden Ring was not really the copy paste dungeons, the catacombs, caves, whatever. That just is what it is. I'm actually perfectly fine with that. Okay, cool. I don't care that it's not unique. It's nice when it is unique, because there are some that are unique, but I'm excited to just go in there, and I'm more excited for the item that I'm going to get in there. Even the boss, I know it's going to be copy paste, right? After a certain point, I'm just excited to see what the item. So I don't mind the copy paste, but in terms of the dungeons and stuff. But I hate the fact that so much of the architecture in the lands between is copy paste. Just look at the columns, the tiling, the flooring, the flooring, I guess, the floor patterns and whatnot, the brick patterns, the walls. A good example in the overworld is just all the ruins, right? And it just all looks so samey that even in the legacy dungeons, when you look at the columns, there's like the column sizes are all similar, if not the same. It's just, I don't know. It just really bothers me, because I'm like, oh, it's not a new place. It's all just the same thing, Kind of the same issue I had with the open world areas, like for example, comparing Altus Plateau to Limgrave, and in Liurnia, especially, well, even comparing Limgrave and Liurnia especially, is just the rocky ground textures, how they look. It's just exactly the same. And then Liurnia or Altus Plateau, same thing with just different color. At least with Caelid, there's like these weird mushroom looking stuff, upside down mushroom, weird spore looking things on the ground. That it just looks really cool. The trees are all dead, barren. It looks cool, it's its own vibe. I fucks with it. But Altus Plateau just changed the leaves, to autumn colored. And then Liurnia, even less of a change from Limgrave. It just feels all so samey and just copy paste with slightly different things. So that bothered me a lot. Which, they made the game too big, so it was a necessity. And then I wrote in the notes here, he then goes on a huge rant about duplicate bosses and gank bosses. Very entertaining. I recommend you go watch LMAO. But I'll be skipping to 1157.
Fights like the Godskin duo are what I'm talking about. It's bad enough that they barely take any damage per hit, but they have a joint health bar, so killing one doesn't make the fight easier at all. This health bar is so big that you have to essentially kill both of them twice to win. If I feel like the boss deserves it, I'll take the time to learn how to beat them myself and eventually overcome the challenge. But it's this type of haphazard throw two enemies in an arena and call it a day that makes me feel perfectly justified in taking two people in there to literally break the boss, just so I can get on with my life.
Boom, boom, boom. Perfectly surmised. That's just how I felt. Complete emptiness after beating the game. And Millennia, the game and Millennia. Let me just, I'll summon the spirit. I fucking hate it, but I'll summon the spirit just to get it over with. And the game makes you feel that way, it just sucks. Especially when it's a game you've been absolutely losing your mind over for an eternity.
It genuinely baffles me that people think fights like this are worth a 10 out of 10. They are not geniuses for putting two incredibly similar enemies in a small room and saying, have fun. And there are probably more examples that I've forgotten about, and that's the main thing. I've forgotten about them. I know Dark Souls is no stranger to reusing early bosses as enemies in later areas, but never this frequently. There are so many of these guys that feel like they should be much more important than how they're actually treated. The ghost boat guy was a really cool boss when I fought him the first time. I remembered that experience, but then it's immediately overshadowed by fighting him again, and then one more time. Could you imagine after finally beating the Nameless King, you just find him walking around with some grunts in the next area? Or Vort, for that matter. It'd completely diminish the euphoria you got from beating them the first time. And you might be saying, oh, they only do that.
Alright, so later on in the video, he says that he wishes we could see the stance bar, like we could see the posture bar in Sekiro, which I fully agree with, stated earlier. I was a bit shocked when I saw it was invisible, TBH. Alright, now I wrote in the notes, go to 1756. SMH, look at this BS. So I don't remember what it was, so let me go to 1756 and let's find out. Insane bullshit incoming, apparently.
Pots with different elemental effects.
Right.
I didn't
Look at
pull with
this.
them often because the stronger variants consume points from your
Look
focus
how fucking stupid that is.
elemental effect.
Fat boy can't get over the collar or column.
But
Let's
I
look
didn't
at
pull with
this.
them often
Right? He can't get over it right now.
because
The player character moves what, an
the
inch?
stronger variants can.
All of a sudden, he can get over it. I don't know. I don't understand. My brain hurts. If you're gonna allow him to get stuck on the column, why don't you just allow him to get stuck on the column? Alright, I wrote, he later then complains about the camera being bad in big enemy encounters, which I also find annoying, but I don't see how you remedy that without reducing enemy size or increasing our character size. I actually wouldn't like reducing enemy size, but I definitely do see how player character size increasing. Oh, hold on. Did I read that right? I wouldn't like reducing enemy size, but I definitely don't see how player character size... I don't know why I put how there. I definitely don't see player character size increasing. But I think that would be cool. You know, it hit me a while ago how everything is just so much bigger than you in these games, but in Elden Ring especially. You know, just look at Melania, even a more humanoid size or human-sized enemy, right? She's still towering way above you. So even like regular enemies, you know, banished knights or whatever, even the freaking basic soldiers of Godric, they're bigger than you by quite a bit. So it'd be, I actually looked up a few months ago Elden Ring increasing your size or whatever, and I watched this YouTuber, I forget his name now, but it was like every time he killed a boss he increased his character size by 10%. And he had the samurai armor on and it was very entertaining. Of course, when he became really big, it just got real goofy looking, and textures and clothing physics were really terrible, but I think the remedy is zoom the camera out more, you know. I don't know. So I wrote, I'm actually sick of having everything tower over us all the time. LOL. Yeah, it is what it is. He also complains about performance issues, but besides stutters that everyone was getting here and there regardless of hardware on PC, even in cutscenes, which I know the Rykard cutscene still has the stutters in it in the exact same spots. In exact same spots every time. So, wow. How have they not patched that yet? LMAO. But anyway, I mean, seriously though, for cutscenes, you're not gonna fix random stutters. Well, not random, but the stutters that are in the specific spots. You know, whenever the serpent is lifting up, there's a stutter right there. I don't think I have to tell you. And then he's like turning. There's when you see Rykard's face for the first time and he's turning, there's a stutter. And there's another stutter when he's pulling the hand out of his mouth, the serpent mouth. He pulls it out, and then when one of the poor souls on the blade falls out and hits the lava below, there's a stutter right there. And it's like, Bro, really? For the cutscenes of main bosses, by the way, which, I mean, there's only cutscenes for main bosses, right? So, main boss, and you still haven't fixed that over a year after release. I don't understand. I said, but anyway, this guy is talking about PC at launch, but I've seen other people playing. So I played PS5 at launch because my PC wasn't good enough at the time. I got a new PC. But I was watching, after I finished the game, I watched other people's playthroughs, and they were doing it on PC, and they weren't having issues as bad as he was having. So that's basically the other stuff he talks about in the video. Blah, 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 blah. All right, and then I say, yeah, basically my old PC wasn't good enough to play the game and record with OBS. I could play the game, although not on max settings. I think on medium it played fine, but I wanted to play on max and I wanted to record, so I couldn't do it. And then I'll be skipping to 2027.
You to take in all of the lands between is your trusty spectral steed Torrent. He's great for traveling across the land, even better with his double jump. Torrent really is an indispensable tool for quickly traversing the lands between, especially since there's too much of it for my liking, but I'll stop. He also has some...
And I'll stop right there too, because I just wanted to get that quick point in, just a quick jab at the open world, how freaking humongous it is, but also seemingly pointless after our first playthrough, it feels. And then comments time. So he says, 135 hours in for his first playthrough, which was mostly a great experience. Some of the late game parts felt like they really dragged both snow areas, but the finale was great for me. I can't say the finale was great for me, honestly. But hey, however, starting a new game plus, I find myself immediately exhausted and not really eager to play. It's just such a large undertaking, mostly for the reasons of open world. Meanwhile, beating Bloodborne 8 times, the one character felt much better, as it just flows so well and is easily digestible in comparison. Nothing I can really say there except super duper agree. I just got a text. 1 second. Alright, I just got back from the biggest side mission ever. Sheesh. I was asked to go. I got water. We ran out of bottled water. Went out to the car to get bottled water out of the trunk. And as soon as I went out, a cat was in front of me. And lo and behold, it's the cat my cousin was saying left and never came back today that he was looking for. So he didn't trust me. So I had to really beg him and try to convince him to trust me, and it didn't work. I just held the door open while looking at the other side, and he eventually just ran past me. Only problem is my cousin lives on the 3rd floor. I live on the 1st floor of these apartments. So the cat was running from me. Male cat, Tabby, I think. So he gets to the 4th floor staircase. So he passed the 3rd floor door. But he passed it on purpose because he's running away from me. So, of course, I feel a sense of duty. Walk back up. I walk up the flight of stairs. Get to him. He's yelling out for help against this monster that is me. I'm trying to approach him. I try to gain his trust some more. Lower my hand. Go. And he's not having any of it. So I eventually open the door that leads to the hallway to the apartment door. And he tries to come down, but I'm afraid he'll run past me and go down the flight of stairs instead of that specific door. Ends up he knew that that's the door he needed to go through. So I knocked on my cousin's door, then I went back to the hallway door so that he doesn't go down the stairs. Anyways, my cousin, I guess he wasn't there, but his wife opened the door, and happy ending. The cat ran in, but he scratched her legs as he was getting in to get away from me. So, sad. Sorry. Hope it wasn't too bad of a scratch. Needless to say, I forgot exactly what I was saying before I paused the video, and now I have a headache. Yeah. So anyways, let me go to the liked comment. I've always been saying this since day one that it just didn't have the replay value of all other Souls games, and the game would be better with a smaller quality over quantity approach. I replaced every item from the game. I replayed replaced. I replayed every From Software game since Demons, and that wasn't a correction. I was just saying he means From Software. I've played every From game since Demons, over and over until I knew every inch of the game, and absolutely until I know that also works. Until I know every inch of the game and absolutely master it. I beat Elden Ring and I never want to play it again. It's just so exhausting. It's too big for its own good, you know. The PvP is a joke, even compared to whatever the PvP. I didn't really dive too much into the PvP stuff, although I've watched a million PvP videos. So. Until I play it really for myself to an extended amount. It's because in Blood, and plus, I don't love these games for the PvP. I love them for the PvE. And the PvP was just there to give you something else to do, which is nice, you know. I'm not really that big of a sweaty gamer. It's because in Bloodborne, you look forward to the boss fights with such a tight open world. This open world in Elden Ring feels boring to explore and taxing sometimes. Mainly after the first playthrough. But even the first playthrough, like I said, is just too big. So a whole lot of running, doing nothing. I felt like everything, or galloping, I guess. I felt like everything was a chore on my third playthrough. You don't really uncover any mysteries after a playthrough like Skyrim, because you literally find everything the first playthrough in Elden Ring. Now, I like this comment, although I super mega disagree with, because you literally find everything in the first playthrough in Elden Ring. No, you don't. You'll always find, if you're not looking, if you're not watching videos in Elden Ring, and you haven't seen other people discover stuff that you haven't discovered yet, you can play the game 10 times, you'll still be finding new stuff. Now, are they super awesome stuff you get excited about? Probably not. Maybe a couple things, but anyway, cool. Let's see. Yeah, we got this one here. Orange and Snow are honestly the best duo From Software ever did. This game was absolute insanity when it came to duos. I skipped most of them. Don't really fully agree with that, but sure. ONS, the Demon Princes, the Demon Prince, Twin Demon, Demon in Pain, Demon from Below, eventually Demon Prince, Frida, Ariandel. I don't know who LNL is. Is that a boss from Dark Souls 2? And if it is, I looked up LNL boss, actually I did. I even looked up LNL boss Dark Souls 2. It's either Dark Souls or Demon Souls, right? I don't know who LNL is. Well, if I see them, I'll probably recognize them because I played all the Souls games. The only bosses I still haven't fought, actually, are the Gank boss in Dark Souls 2, Sunken Sanctum. You know that one, the underground DLC, Sunken City or something. The Gank boss in that DLC I haven't fought yet, which got spoiled for me, unfortunately. It's like a NPC Gank fight. And then the other one is the one that I didn't care was spoiled for me or not, which is the boss fight through in Frigid Outskirts, the two cat bosses, which grant you one of the most epic weapons in the game, which I super want to get. I forget what it's called now. It's a great sword. It wasn't called Lance Greatsword, was it? I forget, but just the moveset is just so good. So I will be eventually, when I get back to Dark Souls 2, to actually finish my playthrough of that, because I didn't want to finish it. I didn't want to play it again until the servers came back, but the servers came back a million years ago. I just haven't gone back to playing the game, just because the servers coming back online took 10 months. It was just so ridiculously long. So I'll get back there. I'll do that. I'll kill what's his face, Aldia. Anyway, the guy you were talking to as an NPC the whole game, and then you could fight him. I don't know if it was Aldia, but getting back to the point, Elden Ring duo bosses are just single bosses put in the same arena. There you go. With like the guy earlier said in one of these videos, that they're literally just, there's no, look how beautiful the Demon Prince boss fight is, right? In Dark Souls 3. The other dude's just chilling in the back while you're fighting the one dude, and then you fight the other dude. It's like, but he's not completely absent because he's doing ranged attacks, but there's a tell to the ranged attack, so it's not stupid. But Gargoyle fight in Elden Ring, immediate poison from a distance. Anyway, so this guy says they were pushovers. Summoner detected. Weak. But yeah, summoner detected. That's just, there you go. You know? And that's just what the game is. It's easiest Souls game. It's there's no challenge at all. You know? Or unfairly difficult bullshit. And yet it's the same people that made Sekiro and Bloodborne, and I don't understand. Who are these people? They're imposters. They need something as simple as a town with NPCs that don't ultimately die horribly. Wait a second now. A simple village with a smith, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't really agree with that fully. Or for the most part, I should say. I don't really care about having villages and stuff like that. From Software games aren't those type of games. But, well, actually, it doesn't even matter what I say. From Software games are like, I don't even know From Software anymore. But it would be nice. It would be nice for at least one location to actually be like that. Give us like one town out of all these big open world sections, right? Limgrave, Liurnia, Caelid, whatever. Limgrave, give us a nice town, you know. But I don't really care if there isn't any. The reason why I like this comment is this right here. Sorry, NPCs ultimately dying horribly. Ronnie was cool, but I mean, she's a cool cat, so, you know, it's a character most people are going to like, because, you know, all regal, dignified, she looks cute, you know, it's cool, but freaking the Selen questline, that one actually hurt me, you know. I never got emotionally engaged in these games. For the most part, it's just with NPCs and stuff, it's just, oh, that's cool, whatever, you know, they're just characters. It's just the game. With Selen, how epic that questline was, although very obscure. Freaking random rock that you hit. There's a note hinting it, but it's still so obscure, even with that note. What am I supposed to go to every single? It's like go by the precipice. By the edge of the cliff, there's a secret or something. It doesn't specify it's in the middle. Because if you go to the edge, if you go to the cliff, there's nothing there. You have to keep hitting the wall for a good bit before you get to the middle, right behind the battle mage and big gravestone, to hit the freaking illusory wall to get to Celia Hideaway Cave or whatever it's called. Anyway, Selen's like, yes, my apprentice, blah, 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 you know. You really felt you forged that bond with her, and then even if she died, okay, sucks, it is what it is, but the fact that she got turned into such an abomination, my it's just so horrible, anyway, I'm so torn on the way I feel about Elden Ring, because for me at least it has some of the highest highs in the entire series, but when it's dwelling in the lows, damn, it stinks. Doesn't help that it ended so poorly, one of the worst boss fights they ever made, at least in my opinion. And there it is, you know. It's just it's the greatest video game of all time, but it's also so much bullshit in it. It's hard to enjoy it. So I was also watching this video, just a quick snippet on this, right? Crazy moves and whatnot. So then character is super fast paced and whatever. And not saying that this should be what the actual game is like at all. You know, Virgil moveset. You know. The game's a complete joke using stuff like this. But I liked this comment underneath it, right? Honestly, seeing the fight against Melania really makes me think of how much better the combat would be if our character had a more fast-paced movement. Not DMC fast-paced, though, because as you see here, the game would quite possibly become child's play. But definitely something faster than we currently have, especially considering how much better and natural it feels to step dodge instead of rolling. That's literally the solution to the game's problem, is let us deflect like in Sekiro and give us Bloodborne dashes instead of the dodge rolls. Or what I was going to suggest at the end of this video, which I'll suggest again here, if you press dodge really quickly in succession, you should do a dodge roll and then a dash afterward. But if you press dodge roll and then press dodge again, you know, there's a good there's a pause between you pressing dodge, then do the regular dodge roll, then dodge roll again afterward. That way, if you learned the boss's attack and you know what's coming and the timings for it, and it's a move that's going to have more hitbox, a longer active hitbox than, if you do just a singular regular dodge, you'll still get hit after the iframes end. You can anticipate that and have a longer iframe window, so you can evade that. But if you just spam that, maybe the boss does another attack, or the iframes are different, where you get hit after the dash, after the dodge roll, if that makes sense. I don't know. It makes sense to me. I feel like just it's easy, quick, simple. Anyway, I think if they patched in stamina for bosses and disabled Spirit Ash summons for boss fights and added the Bloodborne step dodge, it would be great. You can only summon for Gank boss fights and legacy dungeons to help you get through them. It would give them an excuse to make those Dark Souls 2 gangers. Anyways, I mean, there you go. There you go. What else can you say besides that? That's just it. And then this one, I didn't really watch this video. I was I didn't get around to watching this video. Also, there's just some things I didn't agree with off the bat that he said. But anyways, it's ridiculously funny how careful and timid most people are about criticizing this game. Every mildly negative review I've seen starts with some type of disclaimer basically saying, sorry for not liking this masterpiece. Yeah, I mean, it was hilarious because I noticed that too, and I was like, why? Who gives a shit? Just say how you feel. It is what it is. All the get good nerds that use summons in the comment. It's so weird how the get good mob is flipped on its head now, where before it was nerds like me with people using summons saying get good. Well, I never actually did. Play that game however you want. It's a mechanic in the game, right? But I felt that way though. I never said it to anyone because play however the game you want, but I always felt that way. It's like at least try first to play without summons, because it's just such a better experience, and that's how it was designed. Except Elden Ring, that's not the case. It's designed around spirit summons, but even then, it's not really balanced well for them because it's a joke with them. But now it's the other way around, where people tell you to get good, or people just summoning, and you're like, you're not using the material at hand. It's just like, that's not fun either way. Yeah, but given that summons are a reasonably new addition, and the template always used to work without them, they're not really offering Dark Souls players a way of having a similar experience. Instead, I have to let the computer do some fighting for me. When I said in that comment from the very first video, right, it's like, I might as well, sorry, I'm over here. It's like, I might as well let someone else play the game for me, Yeah, right here. Like, giving the controller to someone else, there's no point to even playing the game. What did I learn? Nothing. So, like I said, I made all these comments and stuff before I watched any of these videos. So, I mean, that's how I already felt about it. So, there you go. Well, that's why I said you can choose not to use them, then you will have the Dark Souls experience. I got triggered when I read that, because it's like, you don't know if you didn't play any. If you arrived with Elden Ring and you haven't played the other games before, or have little knowledge of them, you see them here and there, you don't know what you're talking about at all. At all. It's not the Dark Souls experience. It's a bullshit, overtuned, unfair experience if you're solo. So it's not the Dark Souls experience. It's like, I know, but it wasn't the Dark Souls experience if you didn't use them, because DS3 didn't have these stupid fights I'm talking about, except for Curse, where I agree with. All right, here's another one. By the time I got to the mountaintops of the giants, I was mentally and physically exhausted, just like I am right now. And for maybe the one person that actually watches this video, which I appreciate you, I'm sorry, because I'm sure you're exhausted hearing me bitch too. Appreciate you, though. I was mentally and physically exhausted. The game didn't need to be this big, especially if they're just going to recycle every enemy you fought 100 times by the time you get to the snow area. That's when I started abusing summons to rush to finish the game. You should take a break. If I needed to take a break before finishing my first playthrough, then that is exactly the proof that the game is too big for no good reason. I'm not against big games with huge maps, but at least make them interesting. Elden Ring's maps stopped being interesting after Lindell. The mountaintops are generally empty, but also filled with recycled enemies with bloated numbers. Not to mention the damn fog where you can't even see where you're going, which kills the fun of exploring. And there's actually the other big thing that makes me just... From Software is just... Ugh. Is... Wow. The best favorite area of all your players ever in any of your games, frigid outskirts. Let's just put it back in the game in the form of consecrated snowfield. I don't get it. Swamps and whatever other bullshit Miyazaki likes. Sure, I'll play through those. You know, it is what it is. Lake of Rot. It's like, I wish Lake of Rot after first playthrough, there was somehow at the end of the game you can like use torrent to run through it or something. It's like, it's a nice, visually I love how it looks, but why would I ever go back there? You know, and what kind of, it just feels so dumb doing it on I don't know why I'm having a brain fart. Okay, yeah, I mean, I wasn't having a brain fart. Consequent is right. Consequent playthroughs. I don't know why it sounded so wrong to me for a second. Anyway, that Scarlet Rot builds up too quickly. It's so bad. But anyway, yeah, I forgot what the hell I was saying actually. yeah, freaking consecrated snowfield, making it so that you can't see anything for a large section of it. And especially for someone like me, like I mentioned earlier, super trying to find everything, grab everything. The fact that I can't even do that because there's disorienting blizzard, you know. And there's like no way to turn it off. If you told me at the end of the section I clear, or even the fact, you know, maybe it's there sometimes, maybe it's not. And the times that it's not is actually a decent enough window. Like, I don't know, for 20 minutes or something, there's no blizzard, so search all you like. But after those 20 minutes, it'll return. If it was like cycled like that. But no, just constant blizzard where now to be 100% sure you didn't miss anything, you got to go look up a guide to see if you missed the Smithing Stone 8. Not that a Smithing Stone 8 is a huge deal, but the fact that I don't want to miss an item. But, Elden Ring, it is what it is. Alright, this is under Ouroboros Melania death montage. I saw this shortly after he posted it, and it just randomly got recommended to me, so I had to click it again just to see the bullshit. She's definitely one of the hardest bosses they've ever put forward. That waterfowl attack is just beyond punishing. That and all the health regen. She's an incredible boss fight, though. I mean, the only reason why I didn't like to comment is that last sentence. No. In what way, you know? She's dumb. The instant death flurry could be reworked or something, if you ask me. Having to use an Ash of War like Bloodhound Step or... And like I said, I think she's dumb because of the way the fight is. Because you're still a Dark Souls character, but you're facing the Sekiro boss. Although, yes... And actually another comment gets on it, you know. She's basically Lady Tome away from Sekiro, but nerfed so that she's actually beatable. But just because it's beatable doesn't mean it's fun, right? Or that it's good. Yeah, I mean, anyway, having to use an active war like Bloodhound Step or Instant Stunlock Death is ridiculous. Yeah, what I was trying to say was she's an incredible boss fight. She would be my favorite boss in the game if she wasn't so bullshit. Anyway, that or have the literal near inhuman muscle memory and reaction time to dodge it flawlessly like Let Me Solo Her. It's like if you have nothing but time to fight a boss for days on end or however long, all right, and have the patience, more importantly, have the patience to do that, congratulations. You know, you can shit on me all you want. When I see bullshit, I just... The part of my brain that says, why the fuck would they do this, is so strong that there's no enjoyment that I can get out of it. So, the whole thing just gets soured. That or have the little... Yeah. So, it's stupid and comically unfair. Big emphasis on that. Comically unfair. This is a complete joke. It's memes, but it's reality at the same time. It's so tragic. Most importantly, no fun at all having to spend weeks from morning to next day's sunrise training just to dodge one attack. It sounds like a joke, but it's not. It's somehow not a joke. Please, make it make sense. I don't understand. Nothing is real. Oh, alright, so this video Melania in Elden Ring version 1.0 where she had the true waterfowl. And just in case you don't know what that is. Yeah, the key difference is this next attack right here. The original waterfowl. The actual waterfowl. And apparently the one that is known as waterfowl now was originally called Melania's Blade. I really love that attack. Melania's, waterfowl dance, the original waterfowl dance. It's actually seems more bullshit than the actual Melania's Blade in terms of this one. Apparently with the testing that was done, you're going to get hit no matter what. Unless you're using pre-nerf Bloodhound Step, I think. Whereas waterfowl dance, the one we know and love, that actually made it into the game. It's dodgeable, but it's just super strict and super dumb. Because how long would it take one person to figure that the perfect dodge timings for that, and for it to be mid roll as well? You know, if people play light roll, I don't have any experience with light roll, so I can't really comment. I play these games a lot for the fashion, right? It's all about the fashion. So it just so happens that a lot of the fashion that I like is a little bit heavier. So armor and whatnot, so I'm not gonna have light roll basically ever. She actually cancels her attack animation to block player attacks with a katana. How it's actually pronounced in Japanese, by the way. Katana. I just have a bold claim that she is indeed an unused boss from Sekiro. It's not a bold claim at all. It is. She clearly is. I mean, all those flurries are meant to be blocked with the umbrella. Her regen ability was probably related to perfect pairing her constantly, even without the debuff given by Kuro's charm. It would have been a pretty fair fight for that game. Unlike in Elden Ring, even the way she recovers poise is more similar to Sekiro's posture system, more than anything. Or than anything, okay. She completely breaks the mechanics of the game because she's not built for it. And then someone's Tomoe, yep. Yep. And then someone else eventually says, yeah, so how is she unfair in Elden Ring? How does she break the game mechanics of the game? If you haven't used a summon, you would know. Alright. Summoner detected. Again, play however you want, but it's broken. Check Melania doesn't play, and there you go. But I think it's in one of these other comments too. Melania doesn't, if she was in Sekiro, people are like, she'd be an easy boss to say. Well, obviously she wouldn't be. She was much more toned down to be in Elden Ring. So if she was in Sekiro, she would be even crazier, obviously. I would have quite liked if she kept the original waterfowl dance for phase 1 only. It seems much more controlled and floaty, presumably like the movements of her master, the blue dancer, blind swordsman, face reveal of me, his blade was slap. It's funny, you know, how people's minds think alike. That's exactly what I thought watching the video. I was like, I wish this move actually made it in, but tweaked so that it's actually dodgeable. Just as reasonably dodgeable as waterfowl, I guess, without having to use Bloodhound Step. Or maybe Quick Step, I'm not sure. Or Light Roll. I love this idea. Yeah. And the guy's like, yeah, that's what he said, blah, 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 blah. He goes off on a tangent, but he completely misunderstands because that's what he meant. Anyway. Melania is what Tomoe boss fight would have been if she was in Sekiro, with lightning instead of rot. She'd be a totally fair boss in Sekiro. And then Francisco, yeah, right here. This is what I was meant. So this is what I was getting to. Fair boss, fair yes, but also extremely easy. Boom, right here. Definitely, but we're looking at Melania as she is in Elden Ring. If she was to continue to be a Tomoe from Sekiro, they would probably have made her much, much harder than Melania, given the reputation that Tomoe has in the world of Sekiro. I have no doubt that the Melania we fight is already a watered-down version of what would have been Tomoe and Sekiro. 100%, because we can deflect. So they would have thrown a bunch of other stuff at us. So we would all have to deflect. In other words, they would have to have engaging gameplay with instead of bullshit. Honestly, I'd rather have her block my attacks more frequently than her healing off every attack. Yeah. I mean, that was literally the moment I noticed she was taking life with every hit. I had the same reaction as when Moog healed back as much as he did, transitioning phases. It's just something super more so me thing again, which I just hate bosses healing back health. I just hate it so much. But yeah, or at least she can only heal with a grab attack. I loved this idea so much. I haven't ever heard of it and never thought of it myself. That's such a great thing, a great idea. But then again, people would rarely, if ever, get hit with the grab attack. But still, the way that grab attack is animated and everything, it just feels, and the way her health instantly heals back a lot, that would be perfect. You're careless enough to get hit with the grab attack, she heals back that much health. It's perfect. And even if you want to increase the amount she heals back from the grab attack, perfect. You know? That's such a good balance. Or Scarlet, a Union nuke attack. True, adding more technical difficulty is better than stupid artificial bullshit like the healing. There you go. Anything else? Anything else? Any more? Alright. So this is the next video that I'll play a clip from. This is the other one besides that first one, really. This one that I was like, I agree with basically the whole video. This is the other one that's basically that.
The boss fights were different from other games. The main difference was the animations. Bosses had their pattern and animations, and you had yours. The only thing you had to do is choosing the right timing for opening and hit. You missed your timing? Sorry bro, you lose. You chose the right moment to hit? Congratulations. Here's your souls. Pretty simple concept. And what's most important, it's fair. You understand why you lost and what should be improved with the next attempt. The game shows you the simple rules that you understand and the ability to control every aspect of the game with enough enemy pattern knowledge. It would be pretty butt-hurting to getting killed by something you cannot control or avoid, right? It just doesn't make sense. The system worked, but after a couple of years, people got used to it. The locations was not the problem anymore. You could just run through all the mobs. Not a big deal. Bosses became more aggressive, but still, the timings were clear most of the time. In Dark Souls 3, we could already see some changes in difficulty when they added timing delays of some bosses. Pretty dirty trick, but it was pretty fresh as well. But what about Elden Ring? The game had to offer something more challenging, and Miyazaki knew it. Now most of the bonfires are near the boss and you don't have to run through the army of undeads. Okay, that means that the bosses can be more difficult as you are not risking on losing flesh on your way to the boss arena. And they are. But at what cost? Earlier I was talking about the main rule of Dark Souls fighting system. Bosses pretty clearly let you know when they are available for the attack and they cannot cancel their animations, which makes it pretty simple for the player to choose the right moment. It's only the matter of reaction and mechanical skill. The things you can control. And the first boss that breaks this rule is Margit. He has the attack that throws his stick into the ground and you can just pull back, but if you attack him in this moment, he will hit you with a dagger instantly. There are a lot of similar moments that depend on your position and they're not consistent. You can see a good opening, but turns out you're getting punished for trying to play the game as it was intended. You may get hit, maybe not.
Maybe fuck yourself.
And what is most critical is that he can interrupt his animations during the combo, and the player has to wait for the perfect opening that happens not that often. During this fight, the game doesn't really want you to be aggressive, which is, I'm pretty sure, is the preferable playstyle for most of the players. But it doesn't mean that Margit is unbeatable. It just means...
Right there, by the way. Right there. That's the attack I was talking about earlier, the triple slash attack and thrust down attack. Right here.
Playstyle.
Like, it's like you dodge first attack. You can dodge the first attack perfectly and still get hit by the third attack or even the second attack. I mean, you're getting hit by one of those attacks, basically. If he just decides to do it whenever he wants to do it. Because that's what Elden Ring is about, right? Fuck you, but I do whatever I want. You're super restricted. Just summon something and cheese my ass. I mean, it's boom, boom, boom. I mean, that third attack just should not be that quick. And that second attack, I don't know. I was about to say it should be quicker, so that if you dodge if you time your dodge well and dodge the first attack, you don't early dodge the first attack. That second attack should be so quick that you also dodge the second attack, the second swing, and then that third thrust down, right there, should be slower, so that if you're not panic dodge rolling, you can actually time that dodge correctly as well. Anyway, it's just, yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Margit is unbeatable. It just means that you are a prisoner of a random. You cannot control 100% of the fight, which is a little bit unfair. This boss shows you that the best way to beat him is to turn around and get lost grinding stats until you have high enough level to beat him with a decent damage.
So again, that's really the main debate, right? Is should he be able to control 100% of the fight if you're good enough? If you suffered enough to know every single move from the boss to do it, not get hit, but also for it to still be engaging, for it to still be fun. I believe the answer is yes, but if you want to say no, you should not be able to completely dominate the boss no matter how much, and you play the game, and boss should still be able to always throw a random curveball at you. That's a fair argument, but at the same time, if I put in the work to memorize every single move of the boss and the timings, the open windows, everything, I feel like I should be able to get a no hit or control the fight. Like you said, control 100% aspect of the 100% of the fight. And yes, if you practice long enough, you'll be able to do that. But the point I'm trying to make is, one, the bosses are so aggressive that it's not fun because it's just a wait fest until it's your turn. And second, it's not 100%. There is a large portion of it that is just RNG. All right, and then in this next portion, he just talks about Melania, how she just doesn't follow the rules. But we've already established that. And like I said earlier, if you just search up Melania doesn't play by the rules, Elden Ring boss analysis, or click the link in the description, you'll find that video. And then let's go to 609.
The day, you can cheese her in the various ways for magic to summons, so it's not a problem. But I'm a simple guy. I like playing with stupid little stick and engage the boss in a close range. We can see how bosses became faster and more aggressive in Elden Ring, but why it feels like some, or maybe a lot of them, came from another From Software game, Sekiro. They're spamming long combos, leaving you the only option to roll until you find a perfect chance to hit, and can still be punished for that. But the main character is still from Dark Souls game. His moveset doesn't allow him to fight bosses with the full potential, and locks the player into small brackets, and that's a big part of the game difficulty. All that I'm...
Boom. That just, again, summarizes it. Not gonna lie, I think the game would be a lot easier and more fun in my opinion if the Tarnish had the same ability as a Hunter or Sekiro. It feels they upped the aggression of Elden Ring's bosses to be more in line with those two games while keeping the player in the same setting from Dark Souls or Demon Souls. To be honest, I think From Software should have taken the same approach as they did for Bloodborne and Sekiro. Games that reward you for aggression rather than the gameplay being skewed to something more passive. This does, however, come down to me being a more aggro player who hates shields. I wish their next game takes up the same formula as Bloodborne or Sekiro. Elden Ring is a much larger game that gives players a lot more freedom with their builds, but I think a more concentrated, quality-based approach, like the mentioned games, would make the game itself more enjoyable. I feel that stands as a major reason why Bloodborne and Sekiro have such a large cult following. Perfectly said. All Elden Ring had to do was include Bloodborne sidestep and Sekiro deflecting, and increases boss's HP for longer battles. Sorry, I didn't freaking bring my camera back on. I was just doing this. I always thought that they were pushing the limits of being fair, and it is true. I don't want to be stuck on a boss for 12 hours studying all of his attacks, delays, and variations and tricks and unusual to the game rule-breaking mechanics so I can fish for rare moments that allow me to attack, and even then, depending on some luck to win. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a video game and not a life-changing experience. Let's not bullshit ourselves. Keep the game fun, FromSoft. Don't try to jump over your own head. And the thing is, in terms of gaming, it was a life-changing experience for me up until Elden Ring. Well, even with Elden Ring, just not in a good way. Because now I'm depressed. Because if this is the future, then that just means I only have Demon Souls through... Well, Demon Souls real jank too. And Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. But, you know, whatever. For me, they only need to break up their formula. They really need to break up their formula. For me, Elden Ring is just Dark Souls 4 with an open world. At first, that was all I wanted. And that's exactly it. I was among the people, you know, when they say, this is just Dark Souls 4 with an open world. I was among the camp saying, your point? That's exactly what I want. All right. It's not Dark Souls 4 with open world because Dark Souls is fair. Elden Ring isn't. Or you summon and there's no point in playing. Right? Brain dead mode. But hey, at first that was all I wanted, and I was excited playing it. But while playing, I realized how disappointed I become that they just expanded on the Dark Souls games instead of reinventing certain aspects that are in dire need of an overhaul, like the storytelling, and how you basically need a walkthrough for some quests because they are so cryptic to figure out, and that takes you out of the world and the experience, in my opinion. So I like this comment, not because I necessarily had a huge feeling one way or the other about the NPCs and stuff like that, because on my playthroughs, I did find all the NPCs most of the NPCs naturally. The one example though that came to my mind, which how the fuck are you supposed to figure this out, is yes or no, Caelid is a harder open world region than Altus Plateau. It is, right? So with my brain, I'm like, so I'll do Altus Plateau first, then I'll go do Caelid. Especially the Dragon Barrow, but the Dragon Barrow is way harder than even the rest of the Caelid. So then, you go through Altus Plateau, right? Who is going to go back to a big, wide, open world area after they've cleared it out initially? Who's going to go back to that area later to check for something else? You're not, right? Unless somehow you figure it out, you miss something externally, right? Millicent. The NPC Millicent. First meet her, she invades you in the Lake of Aeonia, but the Rot Lake in Caelid. But afterward, you find her in that church, right? After you progress her quests, she eventually ends up leaving there, Caelid, and going to Altus Plateau by the Erdtree Grazing Hillside of Grace, I think it was called. How the fuck, if you cleared out Altus Plateau first, going by difficulty, and then doing Caelid, why would you go back to Altus Plateau and you wouldn't ever meet her ever? That's why I really like this comic. That's so dumb. Anyway, it's like, where'd that NPC go? I don't know. Sheesh. And having to look up for answers to stuff, that's just bad design. Anyway, so this guy right here is Stilovsky. I believe he's mainly a PvP uploader, but I dislike open world for Elden Ring, and here's why. Some of the stuff, I should say probably most of the stuff he says as to why he doesn't like the open world, I didn't really agree with. He's just like, your actions don't reflect on the open world, like it never really changes. I personally do have, I think that would be cool, but I don't really have an issue with that personally. Again, that's just, I don't think a huge thing either way. When I first went to Volcano Manor, I thought I was going to betray the Round Table Hold, and my story would be totally different. It made no difference, lol. If only I could super mega heart this comment. When I was talking to Lady Tanith on my first playthrough, and she said, and rise against the Erdtree, I was like, whoa, this is a big decision. This is a huge decision. And I ended up not doing the Volcano Manor assassination requests because I wanted my first playthrough to be, let me get the first basic ending, which is side with the Erdtree or whatever that means, right? So I was like, second playthrough, I'll do the Volcano Manor and I'll do all these quests and then I'll get a different ending. And it just, none of that mattered. Bruh, I was so hyped. Not even in its own ending. At least not yet. Maybe DLC will change. I don't know. Press X to doubt, though. Although I do expect something to change with Tanith with the DLC, right? She's just munching away at Rykard's body. Something's bound to happen. I feel like with the DLC, a lot of it will be... I feel like the DLC will be so big, it'll be basically a sequel. And we'll have the whole world. Both... Well, I don't say both Legacy Dungeons, but part of the open world for sure, if not a lot of the open world. But also some stuff like Lady Tanith. Pretty sure she's going to be a boss because she's going to turn into a grotesque something for eating Rykard, right? I feel like we'll also actually freaking... Speaking of duplicate bosses, I feel like we'll also have a lot of duplicate... We'll fight bosses we were familiar with again in the DLC, but with a twist. I don't know. I feel like we're going to fight Prime Radon. I don't know. Maybe not. That was, I think, like the least likely. It would just be cool, but I think that'll be the least likely because his moveset's pretty epic in the base game anyway. But I just have this feeling. We're going to fight Melania again. This time, it'll have to do with her and her protecting Mikola from you or something. I don't know. Anyway, bruh, I was so hyped. Yeah. Sorry. I thought I already read it, but I didn't. Bro, I was so hyped when Tannis said that. But can you tell I'm super tired? But it just made zero change to the game and just only allowed you to continue some of Patch's quest and fight Rykard. How triggered I was, right? When I can no longer do the requests and I found out too late that it made no difference. So I can't get the Raging Wolf set or the Bull Goat set or anything else from that quest line. I went out of my way to kill Rykard to not get a potential Rykard ending, which would have been fabulous to have. Wouldn't have been against letting it in the oven a bit longer, 1 or 2 years more. Nothing else rings truer, you know. It's... Well, I can't even say that. The game should have been balanced. That rings truer. But better balanced. To get newer enemy types in the late game areas, to get more balanced boss fights, all of that would have been so much worth it, you know, to not have so much of the copy paste. Alright, so I think this is the last one that I'll be watching portions of the videos for, and then the rest of these is just me going super quick through them. So let's start with this one. Alright, in the note I said to let it play from the very beginning up until 1 minute 55 seconds. So
Elden Ring is without question one of the video games of all time. It seems to be hailed among many as From Software's greatest of works, their magnum opus of sorts, that it perfected the formula. In case you're new to my channel, I am a huge Souls fan. This series of games single-handedly ignited within me a belief that video games can be art, and above that, they have the ability to achieve things that no show, movie, or book could ever hope to achieve. I firmly believe that Dark Souls 3 will forever be the greatest gaming experience I have ever had the fortune of having. And it's also not alone in its brilliance, being very closely followed by Bloodborne, Sekiro, and the rest of the Dark Souls series. So suffice to say, I was extremely excited to see how From Software's newest title of Elden Ring would perform. And like most fans of the series, I had extremely high hopes. Only they were never met. Yes, if the video title didn't give it away already, I'm among the few who were actually very disappointed in this game. However, that's not to say that I think this is the worst installment in the series. This is the middle of the pack for Souls games in my opinion. There are a lot of things that this game does exceptionally well, and for the most part I do believe that those are the things that many fans of this game have decided to latch onto. But in my opinion, for every 2 great things that Elden Ring does, there is one equally bad thing weighing this game down. So to kick off this review, I'm actually going to present my main thoughts right away. Elden Ring, While still a fantastic video game with hundreds of strengths, it is in fact one of the weakest Souls games that From Software has produced. It is a game that chose to forego many of the strengths of its predecessors in favour of making a video game experience more tailored for a wider audience. It chose to focus almost all of its efforts and its creativity on its world, ultimately leaving things like the balance of its difficulty and the mechanical design of its boss fights to rot. So, yeah, if you disagree, please keep watching and hear me out.
So, I mean, look at this. Look at this attack,
like
right?
The balance of its difficulty
Hold on.
and the mechanical
Right here, look at this.
design of its boss fights to rot.
What the fuck is that
So,
bullshit?
its difficulty and the mechanical design of its boss
Bro?
fights to rot.
Bro?
Ultimately leaving things
Balance?
like the balance of
Hello?
its difficulty and the mechanical design of its boss fights to rot.
What is that?
Things like the balance of its difficulty
You hit dodge once to perfectly dodge the first flurry.
mechanical design of its
How do you
boss fights
dodge
to
the other
rot.
ones coming right
Things
afterward
like
that
the balance
quickly?
of its difficulty and the mechanical design of its boss fights to rot.
No, I'm not too familiar with what the startup animation of that attack looks like. Do you have a good enough tell to just skedaddle out of there? I don't know, but that's so bad. All right, skip ahead to 824.
These quote-unquote moves end up drastically lowering the quality of these boss fights, most especially in the case of Millennia. Where I feel this game really dropped the ball in terms of its boss design is in a fatal lack of understanding of what made fights like Orphan of Kos, Slave Nut Gale, Dark Eater Madeira and Sword Saint Ishin so great. Sure, those fights are most memorable due to their difficulty, but it's not enough for a boss fight to just be hard. In truth, Souls games are unequivocally at their best when challenging the player's knowledge, skill, and understanding in a fair way. We don't play these games because we love the "you died" screen. No sane person likes the "you died" screen. However, it seems this time around Miyazaki seemingly took no-hit runs as a personal insult, and so designed many of the boss fights around this philosophy of containing as much unfair stuff as possible. We're talking things like multiple AoEs in quick succession that make it impossible to time all of your rolls through them, multiple 2-on-1 fights where both enemies are insanely fast and hard-hitting, input readings that make analyzing for a break in a boss's attack pattern to be completely redundant, and in general a lot of moves that deal far more damage than they have any right dealing in the first place. As Donkey puts it,
having super aggressive enemies with crazy combos and unpredictable attacks is the fun kind of difficult, but making those moves hit for your entire health bar is fucking lame and cheap.
Now, normally I wouldn't include arguments from other content creators, but I feel like he said it pretty well, so I included it. Listen, I have a confession, guys. I like the Orphan of Kos
Unlike me, who's made this entire video about it, right?
fight. I like it because it keeps me on my toes, forces me to analyze a very challenging moveset, but a moveset full of well-telegraphed attacks that are possible to dodge without a PhD in quantum physics. Trust me when I say that I would like that boss fight far less if the Orphan had an attack that forced me to run around the arena for 2 minutes in fear of being one-shot by something stupid and out of my control. Elden Ring feels like it is specifically engineered to punish players for simply playing the game like a Souls game. It definitely feels like most bosses and areas were designed with the idea in mind that you should be using spirit summons or ranged attacks. Because of this, pure 1v1 melee is just straight up harder and sometimes borderline unfun and unplayable at points. Obviously this doesn't affect everybody, but for somebody who personally prefers to get up in a boss's face with a cool melee weapon, it can be very frustrating when a fight is clearly balanced around ranged or 2-on-1 combat. What seems to end up happening for a lot of people is that they all often find themselves being funneled into using the exact same thing. You may have heard of it. It's called the Mimic tier. There's a reason why so many players resort to using such an item. Yes, it's beyond broken, but when the game throws a boss fight like the Godskin duo at players, of course they're going to use it. Why on earth would I fight Millennia, a boss who I know is specifically designed just to kill me, and then proceed to not use such an item? I need to stress that no other Souls game has ever...
Just to be just a comment, quick comment there when he said Millennia boss specifically designed to kill me. I mean, isn't that the point of any enemy? So that was a little bit of a funny comment.
to use such an item.
I think he was using it just to really emphasize how broken she is, but hey.
I need to stress that no other Souls game has ever forcibly gotten me to forego that go-it-alone playstyle. However, when the game suddenly decided to hit me with this, and then bashed it against my skull for 6 straight hours, it wasn't very surprising that when it then handed me an OP magic katana and a clone of myself, yeah, I used them! A lot of people have come out and said that this is the player's fault.
And that's just it, right? That's really.
Yeah, when it then
I mean, look at this. This is what Elden Ring is. This is what Elden Ring is. It's either deal with this absolutely insane bullshit right here. Like, what the fuck is that, right? It's that, or fun and balanced game, by the way, or this. Just summon, spam weapon art, spam. Oh, boss is dead. So fun. How the fuck did we get here, dude? Sorry, I forgot to unmute it.
Player's self. Yeah, I used them. A lot of people have come out and said that this is the player's fault, that it was our inability to adapt that caused us to be frustrated. And I've heard this take over and over again, and I'm gonna be real with you. That's fucking stupid. Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro are games that want you to adapt to a new playstyle. In those games, the combat and gameplay have been fundamentally altered to where you have no other option but to play the game how the developers wanted you to. Elden Ring...
I 100% understand what it means by for Sekiro, but besides adaptability and increasing that, I mean, Dark Souls 2 is how any different how really from the other Souls games besides adaptability. But like I said,
no other option but to play the game how the developers wanted you to. Elden Ring, on the other hand, presents its new mechanics to you as basically optional. Spirit summons are optional. Elden Ring's combat mechanics are not fundamentally new. They are virtually a copy-paste of Dark Souls 3's, only with a jump button added on. It was obvious that players were going to gravitate towards the same playstyle that they've always enjoyed in previous games, and I think it's incredibly stupid to suggest that the game at any point intentionally discourages this. It does discourage it, mind you, but it's not intentional, and it's not until much later into the game. The next topic I want to talk about are the options.
I mean, I think it's intentional. You know, it's intentional that, and he says much later in the game. I'm not sure how much further he means, but it is pretty damn intentional to make enemy AI that aggressive and that doing whatever it wants, whenever it wants, as many times in a row as it wants the same move. You know, it's like, how is that not intentional? But anyway. He then starts talking about the dungeons and how he liked them at first, but then they just became redundant and tedious, and also how terribly imbalanced weapons are. OP stuff like Rivers of Blood, Moonveil Curse, Scavenger Swords compared to Colossal weapons that just get you killed because of the ridiculous recovery time, and of course the exact same sentiments. I think it's great that they sped up the attack animations for Colossals, but the recovery times still need to be shortened for a series. This is my main really the comment that I wanted to get in here. Look at this. For a series of games, right? For a game director like Miyazaki, for a series of games that was inspired by Berserk, how are you going to make the game more punishing for colossal weapon enjoyers? The irony. Main character has a huge fucking sword, but that's the weakest weapon type in the game. Anyway, getting back into the video, he later says enemies should have unique names to make them more memorable, like the Crucible Knights, more than just Ordovis and Siluria, I guess, or Foreskin Noble and Apostle, you know. And then we'll skip to 1627.
Okay, how about this? A lonely giant, a survivor of a great war who guards a magical flame at the highest peak of the world and who was the very last of his species. What's his name? I don't know, he's just the fire giant because, you know, he's a giant and he uses fire. Or how about a sentient giant wolf with the power to cast magic who was given to a queen of the moon as a gift from her lover? They never named it, it's literally just known to the world as the red dog that belonged to this guy. But listen, it's a very minor point, I know, but this is important for creating a game like this. If you want your open world to feel interesting and unique, for God's sake, do not name your weapon upgrade material Smithing Stone. Finally.
I find it pretty funny that he gets so triggered by Smithing Stone. I personally have no issue with it whatsoever. Let's just get it out of the way. I mean, what else are you going to call it? Well, that item names like that isn't what we play the game for, but I super duper agree with the fire giant one. Like literally, unless there's gonna be, even if there will be way more fire giants like as regular enemies, but not as big of a health pool. I say way more, but like 2 or 3 more, or whatever in the DLC. In the game right now, he's the only enemy type he's the only enemy of that enemy type, right? He's only fire giant, true giant. The other ones are trolls, right? The other giant. That guy's the fire giant. The sole fire giant in the whole game. And they literally couldn't just add a single name afterward. Fire giant. I don't know. You know. Whatever. And then after that, or his name, comma, the fire giant. It would have been a nice touch. Alright. And then I said, now a quick peek at 10:30 or 1838.
Tall and insanely fast and aggressive, and all the optional bosses are given damage stats that make Medea look like an oversized rubber chicken. And aggressive, and all the optional bosses are given damage stats that make Medea look like an oversized rubber chicken. Malekith and God optional bosses are given damage stats that make Medea tall and insanely fast and aggressive, and all the optional bosses are given damage.
Now that's a lot of damage!
You need to be 8 feet tall and insanely fast and aggressive, and all the optional bosses are given damage stats that make Medea look like...
She's not a tough boss already. We need to have her grab attack do your whole health bar. 60 vigor matters, but 60 vigor matters by the Of course it does, but I mean look at that damage. Oh, that looked like even with 60 vigor, he still had other buffs on whatever else that increases your health, talismans and whatnot. Because that definitely looked like more than 60 vigor was taken off. Then again, maybe he was using a source healer of some sort or something else, you know, that super lowered his defenses. But that still looks so nutty.
Like an oversized rubber chicken. Malekith and Godfrey are fantastic, don't get me wrong, the former being the best boss in the whole game. But outside of them, everything in the late game is just so awfully balanced and overtuned that it's kind of hard to take it all seriously at points. As though this is just another Soulsborne rip-off game that thinks the key to these games' success was how unapologetically difficult they were.
Alright, so as I was watching this video, and was getting to the end of it, on my initial watch through, this super caught me off guard, so I wrote it down here. I was like, then he proceeds to criticize YouTubers that have videos critiquing Elden Ring, but putting masterpiece in the title. This caught me off guard, was pretty funny, although I agree for a game that has this many flaws, it shouldn't be called a masterpiece. But I understand why they did it. The highs in this game are the highest highs I've ever witnessed in a video game. It's just that the lows match it. Which results ultimately in an product. But more so than just an product for me is devastating because I want to love it. I imagine that they also put masterpiece in the title not to get crucified too terribly by the Get Good Gamers in the comments that just use spirit summons, I guess. Or they're just the 1% super elite. I wouldn't even say 1%, like 0.1% super elite. That all the bullshit they could deal with perfectly somehow, and you know, they're just beyond our understanding. But anyways, and then I said, but dude is using a hot anime waifu avatar to emphasize his points, so you're really criticizing other YouTubers, bro? Lol. But anyway, just a bit of fun. Let's go to the comments, huh? Look at this. So this guy says, I still think it's the greatest Souls experience I've ever played. Good for him. But I definitely agree that the difficulty spike in Miquella's Halig Tree and crumbling for Missoula is bullshit. The other point I agree on is the aggressiveness of the bosses. I was sometimes stun locked or pissed off that some of the bosses seemingly had no stamina bar whatsoever and that their moves seemed undodgeable. Yeah, non-stop moving around like Radagon. I mean, like I said, the video I uploaded, Elden Ring boss fight spam. Isn't this fun? And that's exactly what it is. Yeah, non-stop moving around like Radagon. And that clip, I said in the description as well, but and the comments for my first playthrough a year ago. So he's just maybe I just got really, really unlucky or bad RNG. But even if that is the case, why is that even possible? You know, he literally teleported, dashed around, threw light beams at me, blah, 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 blah. Lingering shockwaves and everything. And then finally, after all the bullshit of waiting like 20 seconds, I'm like, okay, go in for an attack. As soon as I go for that R1, he disappears again. The R1 doesn't even land, and then he reappears, and then goes on another 1,000,000 combo string chain. It's like, God, why? I really wish that they had just wrapped the game up at the Capitol. Besides Millennia, Horolu, Radagon, and Elden Beast, there isn't a single unique enemy past Lindell. I really hope that From Software goes back to quality over quantity in their next game. I've been binging critique videos of Elden Ring with foolish ambitions that From Software will address this problem and fix. Oh man. This was like the last critique video I watched, so the way I was dying of laughter reading that, because that's exactly me. That's the absolute hilarious despair of it, is all this bitching, but nothing's ever going to change at all. But I'm just doing this for me. I just want to get it out of my system, man. Oh, that was good. Oh, man. Alright, so trying to remember, did I even write notes for this video? Sorry, 1 second. No, I didn't. I was watching it up to this point, but I had to stop watching it after this, because look what he says. Watch this.
If you died at the boss, you often had a gauntlet to run through just to get to the boss again. Well, Elden Ring introduces these stakes of Marika. And
as soon as you said that, I had to just pause and just, it had to be over. I'm sorry. Marika? I'm sorry. Sorry. Then again, this was shortly after the game came out, so. But still, Marika, bro. Yeesh. Alright. But then again, I'm just an asshole that likes to say things correctly, so. I felt that the first time areas were gold, the last ones were just lazy. The difficulty spike with the last boss was insane. I beat it and still enjoyed it, but the replayability for me is pretty low. I think they need a quest log. I think From Software got burned out making it just as much as I did playing. I also find this extremely hilarious. Because I believe it to be true. I believe it to be so true, man. It's like eventually, right, you're just running into the same things over and over and over again. The open world is just too big. We're burnt out, and it's like... Same for them, same. Just copy paste. Fingers have fallen off, just constantly copy pasting. There are so many unique enemies, designs, whether enemy types, boss animations, movesets, your own, Ashes of War. I shouldn't really talk about your characters' tools, but just what you run into in the open world. There's so much variety in enemies. Let me just stick to enemies. And even with an insane pool of variety as the game has, it still feels too big because there's still so much copy-paste that has to be done in order to fill content with all that extra space. Just reduce the game size. I don't understand. Hard? I beat it with a level 20 character with a level 0 weapon. What is your excuse? Watch out, we got a real gamer. Oh, that's pretty funny. Anyway, that's the only reason why I had that text open. I'll just close out of that. I shouldn't have done that, actually. I think I'm going to link the video. Anyways, I didn't watch this video yet. I don't know if I will. But I just went straight to the comments. At this point, I had my fill of watching Elden Ring critique videos. I was just going to the comments, really. First phase, Godfrey felt like the perfect boss fight in normal mode in this game. Very well balanced and fun. The first time you fight him, you're like... Well, I slightly disagree with that, and I'll show evidence of it in a second here. The first time you fight him, but mostly true statement. The first time you fight him, you're like, yeah, I can definitely beat this guy, but you'll still die several times because his attacks are misleading or dodging them is hard to execute. But still fair, and more importantly, it's fun, so you don't mind dying over and over. Very few bosses in Elden Ring made me feel elated after beating them, the way I used to feel after beating them in previous titles. And that's sad because this game is so breathtaking aside from that. Definitely felt something was off while playing. Bosses' combos seemed to randomly extend, and they were reading inputs like crazy. That's just the whole thing, right? Oh, boss is done attacking now, right? Yeah, nope. Guess again. I'm the AI. I can do this advanced AI. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And you're still Dark Souls lame-o. Got no tools other than to dodge and hope that your dodge lasts long enough. But it don't. But it won't, because lingering hitbox. Fuck you. Alright. For real, there's some bosses I've encountered that will combo, and when I go into punish, they immediately extend the combo. 2 to 3 different extensions. They made it too hard to actually land hits at times, so going caveman mode and hitting them with a big stick and just taking the hits is sometimes just all you can do. And then responding to this guy, he's like, input reading, it's not actually input reading, it's actually animation reading, and sure, you're right, but essentially, in essence, it's still the same thing. They need to tone it down. The one thing that kills my mood in a lot of boss fights is how a lot of them have an AoE attack that hits you no matter if you dodge or block, unless you are standing damn near across the arena from them, looking at you, putrid tree spirit. So, because I read that comment, I feel like I might as well bring up the videos now. But I'll save it for the very end of the video, so that I end the video with actually, not just reading comments, but something to look at, whatever. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I think a good way to describe Elden Ringitis is that every fight is like Orphan of Cause from Bloodborne, but without rally, a gun, or hunter dash. Instead, you need to find something to compensate for them, whether new systems, gear, or pure skill. And new systems is you summon. And it's just like, it's not fun. You're right, although it's not the right year. All bosses were gangsters till I found the Hound Dog Step. Once you find it, it is over. Very silly combat. So silly, man. Oh, man. Alright, I think we're done here. Okay, so I have a bunch of Germa clips that I just find extremely hilarious, but also back up all the this game is bullshit points. So I'll just go over there real quick.
Dude, you don't stop fucking attacking. She does not stop attacking. Is this intended? I feel like the people are like, oh, get good. Like, get good. They pick up their controller and they're here too. You're here too. You've died 200 times too. Hey, get good, man. I haven't gotten good either. This makes Old Redan look like a children's coloring book. This boss is in the wrong game. I get it. Like, oh, I've never lost a battle. I'm undefeated. From Software, you don't have to make that actually real. Just put it in a fucking note somewhere. Put it in a tag. Have a helmet you pick up. Be like, oh, by the way, Millennia was really good. And she lost not that much. Don't make it real. I think they just mashed. I think they just put every slider to 100. Just said, fuck it. Let's just see what happens. At From Software, they were like, just take every single slider and just put it to 100 and just see what happens. Just see what happens to the world. Some like world event. Yeah, just like put it all at 100s, max everything out, and just who cares? And let's see what the internet says. And oh, we're talking. I wonder how many people in chat here summoned a friend to beat this. And they're all sitting here and talking all this.
And they probably summoned 3 friends to beat them. And they're sitting there, Pepe laughing at me. And you fucking people here definitely summoned 2 of your friends. I'm telling you, I'd love to see. I want to see your game files. Show me the game files. Show me the game files, okay? That you beat this without a summon. At the end of this video is right now, like the From Software devs are watching the stream. They're watching the stream right now, and they're going like, "Oh shoot! Wait, here he goes again." Oh, that move that we turned up to 100 and fucking 100 times 2. Just watch him. He's gonna lose again. Yeah, idiot. All right, get her.
1822. Sorry, I read that as 1022 for some reason. I was very confused.
Screwed. Do I have to seriously just go get every overpowered fucking move in the whole game to beat a boss? In the whole, just give yourself an arm cannon, a Mega Man Legends fucking eyepiece. Yeah, go. By the way, go get like the promoted like Captain Morgan fucking handle of alcohol. You drink that. No, not this shit. I can't see, man. Fuck you. It's impossible. It's impossible, man. Like, they come up at such weird timings, and they go across the whole game. It's like, whoosh, 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 stab, stab, stab. It's like, you gotta, fuck, are you supposed to do this?
That move actually bothers me more than Waterfall, man. Just... It's how long are you supposed to fight this boss and die to this boss before you actually learn the timings to that? You know, it's... I don't know. I'm just bad, I guess. That's just such a rough move. Along with Waterfall, of course.
And we know you can do it. We know you've got everything it takes to accomplish whatever your heart desires. That dream you're going for, that career you want, that recognition you're seeking.
Die, bitch!
It is yours! Just listen, everyone agrees. We're on your side. We're here for you.
Why? She had no health. What the fuck? You've got to be fucking kidding me. I had to heal. I had Scarlet Rot. All it took was one fucking... If she had hit me with one move. Oh my god, this is the worst thing in any video game that's ever come out. Without a doubt, it sucks. This is pure pain. It's just misery. This is miserable. Miyazaki, look what you're doing to us. Why are you doing this to us, Miyazaki? Please, let me out. Let me out of here, Miyazaki. I don't want to do it anymore. Did anybody play test this? What was the game about to release? And like, just, ow, my fucking hand.
Really, what is Miyazaki doing to us, right? Here I am at 6:31 a.m. doing a 4-hour showing other people's videos and then talking about it video. I mean, oh man, it's just... Did the corpos win? You know, did the corporate people, Katakawa or whoever, you know, they're just like, yeah, fuck you, Miyazaki. We don't care about your vision. Just get this. Yeah, your game's half baked, still not done, still needs a couple more years. We don't care. Release that shit right now. I don't know, but it's just so bad. All right, let's get forward a little bit to 2349.
I can! I can! Ah! Fuck! Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, 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 they're sucking me up!
Dearest Mikola, my brother.
I think my fly was down. Did I just beat Millennia and show my dick on camera? I hope I didn't. Please. No, I didn't, right?
Oh, I just realized I fucked up. Because a lot of this stuff I wasn't even intending to show. Sorry. I was actually trying to go to 2449, but I went to 2349 because I have reading comprehension issues, apparently. 2449.
No. Oh my god, I'm in trouble. I really, really liked this game up until the last, like, fucking 10 to 20 fucking minutes. It was hard and this fucking was just broken and stupid. And, like, I'd take a break. That's not gonna fucking do anything. Go get 99 arcane and you shouldn't have to fucking do that. I'm just not doing it. Not gonna summon people. No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck! I never get angry on these streams. I really don't. But, like, I'm fucking seriously so mad right now. I'm never gonna beat it. And it sucks because the game is actually really fucking fun besides... It's like an 8 now. I give this like a fucking 7.9. Now you telling me I have to go all the way to the fucking... You want me to go get this fucking item that's gonna help? Shouldn't be like that.
And there you go, right? It shouldn't be like that. Or you grab one item and it just trivializes everything. But you see that when he was like, because of Millennia, you know, I drop it down to a 7.9 or whatever he said. That's like after I encountered the first Royal Revenant that I actually fought, which was in the one in the Subterranean Shunning Grounds. The one in the Lake of Liurnia, I came across it. I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck is that?" Doses. I'm gonna come back later to fight you, but I never did. Just because he was also surrounded by a whole fucking horde of them. There are so many of them, the caster dudes surrounding him, and not only that, they were fucking doing ranged attacks. So I was like, I'm not fighting this monstrosity and all them fucking blasting things at me. So I was like, I'll come back for him. I'll try to be super tactical, like stealth. I'll try to kill all the ones surrounding him. Bow and arrow from a distance, whatever I need to do to thin the herd. But I forgot to come back to that guy. So the first one I came across, and I was like, all right, bet, let's go. Well, actually, I wasn't saying that. I was like, oh shit, fuck. All right, let's go. But it was Subterranean Shunning Grounds, and it did the million arm attack wombo combo that took me from full health to dead, and still attacked for like 5 more hits, 6 more hits after I was dead. That was like such a big... My brain exploded at what the fuck is this bullshit. And before that, I was already irked by the 3 Fell Omen that you fight in that small ass room with the ladder, and they come from the pipe right above. I see it because you see the first one right now. I was like, I don't like fighting this guy in the small room, or even worse, if you back up the small pipe behind you, the narrow pipe. So I was like, bet, let's go. As I'm fighting this guy, there's a second one that starts to come down. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Really? In this tight ass room? And then would you know it, there's a fucking third one after that. I was like, why? That's so dumb. So I was already irritated about that with Subterranean Shunning Grounds. And then after that Royal Revenant that fucking killed me 0 to 100, couldn't dodge out of it once the chain started going, killed me from full health, and still kept attacking for a good bit after I was dead. that's when the game went from like a 10 out of 10 for me to I don't even remember what the score I dropped it down to, but I literally said, okay, the game just went down to a that out of that. And with Millennia, just went down again. Just don't fucking force me to summon. I hate it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I guess I didn't really go over the comments of this video. Or I did, but I didn't really interact with them. Anyways, there's this other video, right? Exploring Elden Ring's 1.000 version. Lanedale on Capital Outskirts. Basically, before the game came out, right? How it used to be at one point. Version 1.0, whatever that means. I don't know how much further back in development that was compared to release. Is release 2.0? Is release 1.1? I don't know. But, and there's this, the guy talking. Just listen.
This is wing to progress through the level. There's an imp waiting at the bottom to ambush you. Definitely unnecessary. There's no...
There's an imp waiting to ambush you at the bottom. Definitely unnecessary. And then right here.
Compound stones
Sorry.
here.
Then right here.
There are some more imp enemies right before the West Grace instead of the singular soldier ambush. Definitely very unnecessary. 3 of these right before Grace is very dirty. There's a hype page added.
It's at least they changed it for release. So kudos to them for that. I guess they playtested that part. They didn't have time to playtest the other stuff. Hopefully with Shadow of the Urge they take their sweet ass time out. But anyway, I absolutely loved how this guy was getting super triggered over finding imps in ambush, waiting in ambush, over and over again. And then the next part, 943 to 953. This is also pretty funny.
It's supposed to drop its halberd. They put an imp enemy near the normal high page that's here, which is the last straw. From stuff, it's dead to me. And I'm thankful that this isn't the release version of Linearity, as interesting as all these changes are.
Also pronounces it Linearity instead of Linearity, but whatever. I'm just a nitpicking bitch, I guess. But I just don't get stuff like that. People mispronounce names like that because it's like, don't you listen to NPCs? Everyone's calling it Linearity. But then again, a lot of people say Carry Manor, which if you're a native English speaker, that would come more naturally to you saying Carry Manor, despite everyone else in the game pronouncing it Caria Manor or Carian Slicer instead of Carrion. Anyway, you see that though? This was the last straw. FromSoft is dead to me. Hold on.
Enemy near the normal high page doesn't drop anything. It's supposed to drop its halberd. They put an imp enemy near the normal high page that's here, which is the last straw. From stuff, it's dead to me. And I'm thankful that this isn't the...
I love that so much. Because that's the whole sentiment, right? After the bullshit of Elden Ring, FromSoft is dead to me. I mean, despite this overwhelming bullshit in the game that I've been complaining about for the last 4 hours, though, the build variety is so good. The things I love about it are so good. And then just they have to, unfortunately, add a bunch of bullshit to balance it out, you know? It's like, it's a drug that you know the side effects aren't great, right? And, or, you hate a certain aspect of it, but you still can't help yourself. The good part of it is just too good. Never took any drugs, by the way, just to be clear. So I actually don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just imagine that's what it's like. Imagine finally getting to Lindell just to find a city populated by hundreds of imps. I would have uninstalled the game. Yeah. There's something about that 1.0 UI that looks pretty good. Yeah, I wish there was an option to have the 1.0 UI and to also have it mixed with the current item notification. I like this comment, and I said, it's very clean with how simple it is. Minimal HUD mod, which for a PC, and you can do what you want. So then I'm like, there isn't a mod that gives you the old UI for the HP, FP stamina bar, is there? Searched around, but haven't found one. Really isn't a big deal at all. And I'm not saying I prefer it over how the game UI actually looks right now, but to actually have the UI how it would have been maybe they would have changed it anyway, but people were really complaining that it was too basic, so then they changed it. Or maybe they would have changed it anyway, like I said. But I would have liked to at least do one playthrough with that different UI on, just to mix it up, you know? Okay, so check this out. Where's the consistency from Soft? I don't get it. Watch this. I was also watching, you know, from Limit Breakers, one of my favorite channels, which I'm somehow not subscribed to. Oh my goodness. Let's see. So 8-minute mark. I think it's like 8:04 or something. Watch this. Not yet. Right here. The wolf. Watch.
If you're wondering why the spirit wolf won't sleep, all spirit summons are immune to sleep.
All spirit summons are immune to sleep. Makes perfect fucking sense. Absolutely perfect sense. All spirit summons are immune to sleep. And yet, somehow, some way, Melania can still fucking heal off of spirit summons. Make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. I never will. Making all those unique sleep. I guess that was their way to. They knew spirit summons were just easy mode, broken bullshit. So we'll have her heal off of it too. I don't know, but it's just. Making all those unique sleep animations, but giving us almost no ways to cause sleep is the most FromSoft thing ever. I'm hoping for a lot more sleep stuff in the DLC. My condolences to all the animators for their sleepless nights, adding sleep animations for pretty much everything in the game that very few players are ever going to see. If I remember correctly, Margaret is an apparition since Morgoth is still in the capital, so Margaret being immune to sleep could be because he would be considered a summon. Which are my exact thoughts as well. Alright, so finally done with the videos. Sheesh. Well, these videos. So, after my, I think it was part 25 of the playthrough, wasn't it? At the very beginning I started off with Castle Soul, yeah. And that Banished Knight who I made his own video for called FromSoft Guy Jokes. The red-eyed Banished Knight in Castle Soul instantly teleports behind you. Nothing personal, kid. Continues to do an 8 million wombo combo, 8 million hit wombo combo with ridiculous damage. I was like, what? So has anyone else fought this guy? He's a dual wielding phantom banished knight that constantly teleports, has like 8 hit attack chain combos, and can one shot me even with 1400 health and wearing heavy armor. He also teleports away to heal when he gets low on health too. I've died to this guy like 20 times now. I haven't even died to any bosses this much yet. This dude is just another level. So I didn't have that much trouble with him. But yeah. Just seeing that. This whole rant has been about seeing stuff that's like, whoa, why? What is that? Right? Yep, those guys are complete bullshit. I found a few enemies so far that I know for sure the devs didn't playtest. It's actually insta-Gilvigitsu, which is wild. So Royal Revenants, Rune Bearers, and Banished Knight, Castle Soul, right? The big three, I guess. Yeah, and exactly. Like this. For a few enemies so far that I know for sure. Dude, I swear I had that thought independent of this. Few enemies. He's talking about Royal Revenants right here. Yeah, there are these shrieking things that show up a couple places in the shaded castle, and also on the plateau in the ruins near the Moonlight Altar. That are just really horrible. It's difficult for me to imagine how either they or this shitty knight got a pass from the devs. It absolutely is not. God Gamer confirmed. Yeah, before playing this game, I thought From Software knew how to make enemies that represented a challenge without being total bullshit. But now I know I was wrong. They were just lucky before. This game is full of bullshit enemies that are best fought through cheese or straight up one shot, or don't fight them at all. You know, it's so bad. True, every encounter after the capital is just a chore to get through. Late game enemies and bosses are way overtuned. Cope harder. I do need to get harder. Get wrecked. So, this person, thank you very much, Chiefy. I also struggled with that one for a long time, but then I decided crafting some iron jar aromatics. I don't even have a Reddit account. Or actually, I do, but I don't remember the login details. I rarely am ever like on Reddit. Period. Really. Occasionally, I'll have it somehow. I'll come across it with a search, and I'll see some memes and stuff. But anyway, point I'm trying to make is I would like to upvote this, but I'm not logged in or anything. Iron Jar Aromatics. Actually, for the next video, when I'm back at it, I'll go back to Castle Soul. I'll go back to that Banished Knight, and I will use an Iron Jar Aromatic. And I'm excited to actually use Iron Jar Aromatics a lot. And this is 100% on me in terms of not using stuff the game gives you, with the exception of summons, right? Pots, for example, volcano pots, extremely useful, right? Extremely strong. Sleep pots for foreskin duo, stuff like that. I'm always, I just want to play the game exactly how I've been playing, how I want to play, right? Hate feel forced to use something else outside of my build, but that's a personal flaw. I'll say in this instance, with stuff like you have to change your build or use something super obscure that it's very easy to imagine you could have missed on your first playthrough. That's terrible game design. But that's 100% on me to not try out different stuff like Iron Jar Aromatics to fight them. So I'm excited to try that out. It made the encounter a piece of cake. He staggers himself with every hit. He no longer deals any significant damage, and you can just R1 spam him to oblivion. Thanks for the tip, total BS enemy, and he drops 2k souls. But it's like, for someone who doesn't really lean into the whole crafting system and whatnot, and just playing the game, it's like, how are you going to remember to look into your crafting systems to fight an enemy like that? To have such a great solution like Iron Jar Aromatics. If someone were to critique me and say, well, just use your fucking brain. See the all tools you have, what best deals with this encounter, that encounter. That doesn't require you to change your build, right? You're 100% right. This is an oversight on my part to not think of that, to not look for something like that. But it still feels like something that's so easily missable or not rememberable. Something that even if the player knew they picked up a while ago could easily forget because they were much further into the game and they weren't really having issues yet. I don't know. It just seems too obscure to make an enemy that tough, I guess, to not put it more harshly than that. I love Elden Ring, but I feel like... I'm not going to read this whole thing, by the way. I love Elden Ring, but I feel like it punishes / disincentivizes aggression and funnels players into a careful, reactive playstyle. So, I read this... I think I read this whole thing. I actually don't remember. See, you can stay in most bosses' faces if you roll well enough and never panic roll. Say hello to Margit, right? Not Morgot, Margit, doing the quick ass double swipe dagger attack that he does when you're right in front of him. And if you don't picture perfect dodge that, you're gonna get hit by the second attack, by the second swing of that dagger, And other instances like that where boss can just do whatever the fuck it wants whenever the fuck it wants. Okay. Okay, so we're nearing the end game now of this video. 4 hours in, by the way. My throat is dry AF. So, I wish... I've already spent enough time writing all this stuff down, so I'm not going to also memorize it. So, sorry, it's going to look terrible with me just reading a script. But, so this is the concluding words in terms of what I wrote here. First of all, and just other thoughts, I guess. Altering armor, reducing stats. Can anyone make sense of that? Especially when it's just removing a cape or removing a scarf or something, or some other portion of the clothing. how the fuck does that make sense? Because I prefer a certain fashion look over another to reduce the stats with the removal of a cape. It's like, can anyone make sense of it, please? What I feel can remedy a lot of the problems of Elden Ring. Give us a dodge roll followed by a dash if we press dodge twice quickly in succession, which is what I said earlier, right? Quickly press circle twice, for example, PS5 controller, right? PlayStation controller. You press dodge twice real quick. Dodge roll followed by a dash. If you spam that, you'll mistime it, right? If you don't do it with some skill, you mistime it. You get hit at the end of the dash with whatever the combo the boss is doing or wants to do next. If you feel like it'll be a quick attack, you'll just get out of the way. Just press circle once, right? If you don't want to do the dash, press circle, wait a little bit, and then press circle. You'll still dodge, and then after that dodge is complete, you'll dodge again. But you won't do the dash. And if you want to do the dash, gives you a longer iframe window, in other words. Press dodge real quick, one right after the other. Not being able to open up your map, even when you're like halfway across the world from an enemy. What? Okay. It's like, allow me to not warp if you want. Like, even a minor change, like when you're in, for example, you go into a catacomb or something, you can't teleport out, right? If you want to do that, but allow me to open the map, whatever, you know? I at least just want to see if I was heading towards something, if I'm still on the right path or not, but not letting me open up the map at all, even when I can no longer even see the enemy. It's in some cases. Bro, tell me they playtested that. Tell me, please. My character should be getting up immediately, not laying on the ground waiting for a roll input to get up quicker. So this one, it just is what it is. It doesn't bother me too much, but it is annoying, you know. You got hit hard by the enemy. What's the point of forcing us to press an input for our characters to be getting up quicker? Why isn't the character getting up as quickly as he can? Is that not something that the character would want to do? You know? Just in general, I know we're controlling the character, but still, it just seems dumb. It's like, you press dodge roll. This is the issue that I have with it. You press dodge roll to get up quicker, right? So you do a dodge roll. Then the boss, because this is Elden Ring, super advanced AI, does something, starts a combo chain or whatever. Starts the wind up of an attack that will hit you now. Because you were hitting dodge roll to get up quicker, you already performed the dodge roll, so now you can't time the dodge roll correctly to dodge whatever that next attack that's incoming. I hope that makes sense. I kind of worded that real badly, but I think you understand my meaning. Yeah, here's the other huge one. All right, your weapon bounces off the wall, the enemy's weapon doesn't. Bullshit. I write. It's like, bro, like, why do we have to follow rules like that? Where, I mean, there's nothing more frustrating in the world than attacking an enemy, weapon bouncing off the wall, the weapon hit, and then that gets you killed. Like, the enemy hits you and killed you. If you want to say that's my fault, okay, sure, positioning and all that, know where you're at, 100%. But then the fucking enemy can hit me through a column, a pillar, through the wall. After a night boss kills you, this is a fucking huge one. After a night boss kills you, Bell-bearing Hunter, Deathbird, whatever, except for the Deathrite Bird in Mountain Tops of the Giants. After a night boss kills you, it resetting to day. It's just stuff like that that also really just puts the extra fucking... right? It's just like... It just seems like an extra fuck you by the developer, right? By From Software. Like it's the same thing with the whole entering the Radagon boss fight and always having to fucking look at that bright ass screen in this dark ass room in the middle of the night. It's for each fucking attempt. It's like, hello? Did anyone playtest that? Every time you die, for example, the Kaled Bell-bearing Hunter, right? If you're not good with parries, tough boss. which once I learned parrying was the way to go, and I learned that way naturally, he becomes much easier with parries, but he's a tough customer otherwise. And to have to fight him multiple times, and every single time he kills you, you have to then go fucking sit back down at the side of grace, turn it back to nighttime. Why the fuck is it resetting to daytime when I die? I don't understand. Other than one of two options. They didn't playtest it, or it's just a further fuck you for like no understandable reason, at least to me. And then sometimes even when you sit down and you take it to nighttime, sometimes that doesn't make the merchant disappear or Bernal disappear, right? Sometimes you have to get up and then sit back down onto grace again, and then the merchant's gone now. So that's when you know the bell-bearing hunter or whatever will come. I don't know, man. It's just little stuff like that where, like I said, if there was 10 people playing the game, playtesting it, they would have come across it. You have, and I said this earlier, but you have millions of people that are going to be playing this game over and over and over again. You can afford 10 people to playtest the game for like 6 months straight, doing every single thing there is to do in the game. But I guess not, or just fuck the players. And another thing, the fucking status build up on dodge, bleed, frostbite, whatever. You get hit, you dodged it, you didn't take any damage. It's an issue that's been in since Dark Souls, maybe since Demon Souls, but I know for sure since Dark Souls 1 too. Since Dark Souls 1 as well, not Dark Souls 1 2, but I believe it's in Dark Souls 2 as well. Dark Souls 3. You dodge, the fucking status build-up still happening, so you can still get bleed procced, even though you never got hit with the attacks. That just seems like such a huge oversight, to put it mildly, tamely. Yeah, I already talked about that. Okay, then there's just a bunch of other bullshit that I hope will happen but won't. Please nerf. Where is it? Please nerf spirit summons in the DLC to compensate, or remove them completely. People can still summon other people. I used to be one of those people that immediately dismissed people's criticisms of FromSoft games prior to Elden Ring for the most part, because those games were challenging but fair, and most importantly, because they were fair, they were fun. Capital fun, by the way. Let's not forget that that should always be the main objective when making a game, to enjoy it. There's no greater fun to me than fighting Ludwig, Orphan, Midir, Gale, Demon Prince, Champion Gundyr, almost all Sekiro bosses. Challenging, yes, but fair. I'm engaged in the fight the whole way through, but I'm now on the other side, seeing fanboys blindingly praising the game and company as if they could do no wrong, and instantly shitting on anyone that disagrees. Side note, I hope we get more areas that have a green tint and overall, they have a green tint like the cave leading up to the ruin-strewn precipice. Looks really nice. Reminds me of DS2. Yeah, I mean, that little green cave leading up to the ruin-strewn precipice. I don't remember any other place in the game having like a green hue, a green tint to it like that. So that was really cool. See, that fucking stood out because it was unique, which is nice. So why did I take the time to save all of these videos, write down these notes, and the specific times in the videos I wanted to emphasize? I know all I'm doing is playing the video and talking about it, but it actually took me like 3 hours, well, more than that now, to sit. It took more than that. It took about 3 hours when I was typing this out, but I did even more stuff before I started recording. Anyways, it took like 3 hours to set it all up exactly how I wanted. I watched all these videos individually over the past 2 or 3 days, but then watched them again to write down what I specifically wanted to go over. If it isn't obvious, I love the From Software formula pre-Elden Ring. My favorite game of all time, like I already said, Sekiro, then DS3, Bloodborne, DS2, DS1. Elden Ring really disappointed me with the end game and overall more passive Souls combat rather than Sekiro Bloodborne paced combat for the player, for us, That's all cap, by the way. Caps in caps. For the player. For us, it's still Dark Souls paced. Because the enemies and bosses are there, as in the super fast Bloodborne / Sekiro paced. The bosses and enemies are there. And the solution is mindlessly hack away at the distracted boss while your own summon holds the aggro, or have an unbelievably frustrating experience playing solo, which leaves the ultimate feeling of sourness and despair over what could have been. But of course, I plan to do many more playthroughs regardless of that, because of the incredible build variety, and when you actually do get to attack, the animations and effects look so good. I'm on the fence on whether I want to buy Shadow of the Erdtree, because although new undiscovered Souls content excites me more than any other form of entertainment, I doubt any of the stuff I've complained about in this video would be changed for the DLC. The game's been praised so much and sold so well, I don't see how they'd think they did anything wrong. In other words, switch up the formula for the DLC. I'd be financially supporting more of what I've hated so much about Elden Ring, and I do like to think of myself as a man of integrity. So maybe I'll just wait to see if people are complaining about more unfair BS because they still balanced bosses around summons without specifically spoiling the content for myself if possible. Because I don't see how they'll let Millennia still be the hardest boss in the game, even with DLC out. And it kills me because From Software DLC is the absolute pinnacle of gaming in my eyes. Just so good. Old Hunters, fucking Ring City, and Dark Souls 1 as well. Artorias of the Abyss, I think it was called. But the real big ones, Old Hunters and Ring City. Just so good, man. So good. It just sucks that FromSoft has put people like myself and others, the most loyal fan base, and who've defended their game design until Elden Ring, in this position. It might just ultimately mean, quite simply, we're not the target audience anymore. Choosing between unfairly difficult, therefore only frustrating, or use OP build plus summon to forget you were even playing a supposedly challenging and engaging game is not a choice I'm interested in making. We got Demon Souls through Sekiro. Amazing game. So we'll just have to be thankful that they happened and not sad that Elden Ring showed us that From Software isn't the developer we thought they were. Sad. Now let's play some Elden Ring. Smiley face. So that's originally where I ended where I typed all of that, and I was going to just go into gameplay, but since then I wrote out some more stuff. By the way, all of the videos I showed today or reference will be in the description. I honestly felt like I had to make this video for me to be able to at least get some of the frustration out of my system by talking about it. Now I can just play the game without having all these thoughts swirling in my head unspoken. Before looking up critiques the other day, I thought I was going crazy for feeling like the only, capital only by the way, the only one constantly running into things in the game that felt dumb and cheap. I shouldn't lie though, I'll probably still buy the DLC because all of the gorgeous new fashion weapons, spells / incantations, legacy dungeons, quest lines, and items, such as maybe new perfume types like Iron Jar or Aromatic, and new pot types. Expecting a lot more death and sleep stuff in the DLC as well. I'm not looking forward to the bosses one bit. Because I don't have the patience to fight a boss for 3 days, trying to find all the openings and learning to avoid 10-hit combos that have almost no tell. Just another set of bosses I'll have to melt down with my Mimic and get on with Fashion Souls and multiplayer content. Yeah, one can only hope Elden Ring is an outlier and the next Souls-like is more Sekiro or even Bloodborne-like in letting the player dance with the boss instead of the player character just standing there in awe at the spectacle that is the boss while getting a hit in once in a blue moon, or press the delete boss button called using summons. Now, I haven't really ever played video games where you fight a boss with a bunch of other people, in other words, a raid boss. So if you enjoy those kinds of games, I can understand the familiarity and enjoyment of summoning and taking down a boss with company. And maybe I'd enjoy it for those games as well. But From Software games have never been about that. They've been about learning the patterns of the boss and knowing how to act accordingly in an engaging way. This ranged from easy to hard, but was always fun. Again, fun in all caps, the most important factor. Alright, so blah 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 blah. Yeah, I made just an extra side note for the insane recovery of Commander Niles' one attack. It's like I said, every other freaking boss's recovery time that we can't find, right? They all just gave it to Nile. Insane. And then this was just another little prediction that I made. I said, Mikola will be like Griffith from Berserk, our friend in the DLC initially, as we help him. Then he'll come out of the cocoon Moog put him in, a grotesque beast, or cool looking, but just pure evil, corrupted. Anyway, I don't have too much more to say. I'll be ending the video. That's all that I was typed out. Now I just want to show examples of what I mean by just what feels like just bullshit, man. Where you dodge an attack seemingly perfectly, or at least well enough, and you still get hit because lingering hitbox. Okay, so it's not this. It's not this. It's not this. So this is for my first playthrough. Okay, so look at this. Look at this. Did I dodge this well? I dodged. Look how patient I was here. Look how patient I was with the dodge. I waited the absolute last millisecond before I dodged to not early dodge. And yet the immediate shockwave, right, hits me anyway. That is so, okay, right? There's that. All right, now watch this. I perfectly dodged the thrust down attack, only to be hit immediately by the immediate earth rupturing beneath me. All right, look at this. Now that one wasn't as tight of as a dodge as this example. This one was super. I waited super last second. This one I dodged a little early, but still, that's a reasonable dodge timing for when that kind of how fast you see an attack coming at you. You dodge one, it doesn't matter. The following one still hits you. Now this, watch this. Look at this. And Godfrey Phase 1, I don't really have a whole lot to complain about, and I wasn't gonna until I saw this. So look at this. Dodge that, but there's like an AoE hitbox immediately afterward that still hits me. I mean, look how far away I am from that, dude. Look how far away I am from the front of him when the dodge roll ends and I still get hit. Look how far away. Watch. Look how far away I am from the front. Look where his axe lands, bro. Yeah, it needs to be that far out. But anyway, this attack, dude. I mean, that doesn't do damage to you. But it puts you out of position for the next attack. If however you would have wanted to respond, you know? Look at that. So the boss was open. The boss was open. I saw an opening. I took my chance. Big heavy weapon. I did a jumping attack. Boss can immediately decide to do the recovery is too long now, right? I can't dodge for a good bit. The boss immediately decides to do whatever the fuck he wants to do, so he does this. I dodge. Did not get hit by it yet, right? So I dodged as late as you can dodge, it looks like, without getting hit. It's still so wide, it still hits me. Like I said, this one doesn't do damage, but now my ass is on the floor. It's possibly putting me in a bad position to respond to the next attack. This one, I'm not going to really complain about because it has a pretty big tail and just fucking get all that might. All right, sprints as fast as you can. But the fact that you dodge the first hitbox of it, you still get hit by the second hitbox of it. It's still the same principle, but that one I'm not going to complain as much about. Now, look at this bullshit. Did I dodge nigh perfectly before he hit me there or not? Only, and this time that one did do damage, right? Look at this. I dodge. Still get hit by the follow-up shockwave hitbox. So fucking let us, like I said, that suggestion. Quick dodge. You know this upcoming move has a long hitbox, active hitbox, right? So you want to do something that you know can counter that because you got good and you know how to respond to it. Cool. Press circle twice real quick, do a dodge roll, do a dash. You have iframes long enough to not get hit by the lingering hitbox. Such a simple solution. Now this one, I'm not going to complain about really as well because these are super slow. You should be getting close to him and dodging behind him, into him, behind him. But still, it's just kind of that same thing, right? I perfectly dodged what would have been the first hitbox, what would have first hit me, just to get hit by a following thing as well. But yeah, I'm not going to complain about that one. This one, though. In that Elden Ring is BS video, right? The thing that started all this. Started me on this journey. I mean, did I... Like, what am I supposed to do there? Dodge. I won't say it's perfect, but that's pretty damn good dodge timing on my part. I don't, still get fucking hit anyway. Because I'm still in the bear's ass by the time my iframes end. Why did I have this one that long? Anyway. Yeah, this is another example from Germa, a clip from Germa, which is the same thing. And even he says, you know what? I dodged that. Perfectly dodged the first attack.
What? I dodged it.
Still get hit anyway. Not too many more of these, but this clip is from the very first YouTuber I showed a video from in this. Artrodius, I forget. Look at this. Boom. Look at that. I would call that a perfect dodge. To not get hit by the first active hitbox of this attack from Commander Nile. Perfect dodge. But it lingers so long, still gets hit anyway. Like, look at this. It's so triggering, man. It's so triggering. Look at that. How do you playtest this? See that you perfectly dodged the start of the attack for it to not hit you, but at the end of your dodge, your iframes aren't long enough, so you still get hit anyway. How do you not fucking notice that if you playtest it, and how do you not address it? And this is from a clip from Donkey, right? Donkey, I think, right? Look at this. So, this is... I'm pretty sure this is the same attack that hit me earlier. So, I'm not understanding. I guess maybe I did dodge too early when I was playing. But he seems to be able to dodge. Maybe he was doing light roll. Yeah, I think he's doing light roll. I think that's what it is. So he had more iframes. Yeah. I think that's what that is. Okay, this video is from Firestar. This guy. Like the one I did the last actual. Yep, Firestar. So this is a clip from his video, the one I watched. So, look at this. You dodge. Perfectly dodge the gargoyle slam down attack right here. Perfectly dodge. it doesn't get more perfect than that. If it didn't dodge right there, that was frame perfect almost. It looks frame perfect. Look at this. Dodge that. Immediately get fucking hit by the follow-up earth-shattering. Bro, please? Why? Why? Can we not do this from Soft? That's so bad, dude. That's so bad. This video has been way too long, but I knew it was going to be this kind of ordeal. I'm clearly obsessed because just to see what, you know, even more people have to say. This is all stuff that I had up for days, by the way, as you can tell from the update Chrome prompt here up at the upper right corner. So after this, I'll be closing stuff down. So I'll shut off my computer. This hasn't been shut off for quite a bit. So our boss's design and balance runs, you know, just a discussion. And I think this person, where is he? Put it just so well. All right. Balance is off, and another reason I think the bosses are horrible in this game. The ashes did more harm than good, and it feels like a shitty gimmick overall. Using ashes is too easy, and not using ashes, some of these fights feel absolutely ridiculous / bullshit, etc. There just isn't much middle ground in my opinion. You can play the lame aggro game with ashes, or you can fight some overtuned crackhead hyper-aggressive AoE spamming infinite stamina trash with boss. Both experiences suck in my opinion. And just have some asshole beat the game. And just because some asshole beat the game, I wouldn't call him asshole, by the way. Just, you're good, great, you know. And you just because some dude beats the game naked with a dagger or with a Guitar Hero controller doesn't mean boss is perfectly fine. Get good a little less. Not how this works. No need to call people who are that skilled an asshole. They're good. Good for them, you know. But other than that, that's just it. Option number 1. Turn off your brain. You don't need it. Option number 2. Unfairly difficult bullshit, you know? And then here's, you know, what was Elden Ring? Balanced around spirit summons. Unfortunately, it really, really seems that way. If they really insisted on these stupid spirit ashes, I really wish they had not bothered trying to balance it and just let the people who abuse them play on easy mode. It's frustrating for the rest of us to get punished because of a mechanic we didn't ask for. That's just it, right? With you saying, with that comment that I started the video off with, saying bosses would be way too easy if they weren't as difficult as they are now, using spirit summons. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're using summons and you beat a boss in 5 tries as opposed to 10 tries or whatever, is it really that big of a difference? I don't think it is, but it just seems to me if you're using summons, it's all the same thing at the end of the day anyway. It literally doesn't matter. Trivializes the whole thing. I think so, but it's still not a good balance considering how even Millennia becomes a joke when you use summons like Tish. I just wish they created summons good for different purposes. Like one summon is good against bosses that inflict rot. One is better for one is better if the boss is a dragon or something. I just feel that by the end of the game, everyone will be just using the same summon and the rest are forgotten. Edit. I also think the players who beat a boss without a summon should be rewarded more. There's literally no gains from not summoning, which seems kind of lame. So, obviously, super obvious, super clear that the game is balanced around spirit summons. And like that, like this guy said, if they made summons more meaningful by having it counteract a certain aspect from the boss, like rot or something, it like heals the rot or takes away the rot, or does some other thing that you the player can't do. Okay, this is a new thing, this is cool, switching it up, but it's not that. It's literally just another player. It's another player playing the game, summoning. It's like you summon another player to play with you, except the boss's health bar didn't increase. It's just dumb, lazy, and it just makes it worse for everyone else. And the fact that, because the game was summoned, was balanced around summons. I mean, it's just a nice thought to have gotten. It would soften the blow a little bit that the rest of the people that suffer through playing solo, because that's what the fuck you gave us all these years from software, the enjoyment of playing solo just to randomly fuck us. It would have been nice to be rewarded with a little something extra, although ultimately I don't think it would have made a huge difference. I think the hit points, I think the hit points, and to some degree the damage output was tuned for making it not completely trivial when you spirit summons, but the AI was clearly not designed to deal with them. The bosses are frankly shite at handling 2 or more opponents, so it kind of fails both ways. I applaud them for making an option to make the game easier, but honestly, I think it's a bad implementation. That's just it, it fails both ways. Either it's just still brain dead and super duper easy with summons, and you being a little just slightly competent at the game. Forget about having actual Souls experience, right? Combine that, or either do that, or super ridiculously tough. I also just wanted to end the video. This is the very last thing I'm going to be talking about, is these 2 videos here. Uploaded by Clever Raptor 6. Oh, dude. I'm not going to go over it, but although I do think this video, this one right here, could use some changes. These movesets, I've seen a bunch of these mods, and sometimes they way overdo it. So either something just is way too powerful, or it just looks really flashy, but it has like no damage, so it just feels wrong. This one was it felt cool, except for that beam attack at the end. That was OP. I wish that was like Gale's or freaking Dung Eater's like shriek or something. Ow! And then those like slow moving orbs come out, a bunch of them. Anyway, this is the video I really wanted to talk about. This is so epic. Holy smokes. It's not way too over the top with effects and just being OP and whatnot, but it just also looks so cool. You could fucking throw it and then wait for it. That's so sick, man. That's so sick. Anyway, that's enough of showing other people's videos and calling it content. Alright, 4.5 hours. I'm sure no one watched this, but I appreciate you. I think like 3 or 4 new subscribers I've gotten over the past week. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Next video, of course, will be Elden Ring, part 26 of the playthrough. I'll wrap up Consecrated Snowfields. I'll try to wrap up Consecrated Snowfields and do Mogan Palace Mausoleum, all in the next video. And then after that, Halig Tree plus Farum Azula plus Leyndell to finish the game off. And then all of the super duper fun, exciting cosplay builds that I have planned. I'm going to be doing, the very first one is going to be the Black Knife armor, and then Dark Moon Greatsword. Sometimes power stancing, because I'll have 2 mod, by the way, just so I can get everything at the beginning, no hassle. I'll power stance the Dark Moon Greatsword with the Black Knife armor set. Sometimes using Moonveil here and there, because I haven't really used that weapon at all. It'll be a magic build, so it'll just be something else if I want to go for something quicker every once in a while. But I'll definitely be using the Dark Moon Greatsword as the primary weapon for that run. Then secondary run, cosplay run I'm super duper excited for, is as Elimer of the Briar, or the Bell-Bearing Hunter. That cape, dude, looks so good. And then the freaking weapon, the shield, the moveset, the freaking Ash of War on the weapon, it's so good. That cape, the way it flows, the color, the sheen on it, just looks so good. And then after that, I'll be doing a Malekith playthrough. Oh, the armor set looks so fucking good. And so does the freaking Black Blade itself. Malekith's Black Blade. Oh, death, become my blade once more. Other runs I'm excited for: Clean Rot build, King Rock cosplay build playthrough. Bernal playthrough. Sometimes with the cape, sometimes with not, without the cape. I think it looks super sick either way. Yeah, and just a lot. I have them all right now. Anyway, thanks for watching. Peace. I'm gonna go get some sleep now. It's 7:31 a.m. by the way. I am a night owl, but this was it's bright ass light too. This room was hot, especially with the weather warming up. I live in Minnesota, by the way. The long winter is coming to an end. Hashtag grateful. Soon as I paused the recording and turned off the light, I just searched up weather because I said it's getting warmer, so I got curious. Right now it's 44 degrees, right? Monday, April 10th, 2023, 7 a.m. Fucking 70. Today's going to be 68 degrees. I have 68 degrees. 76 tomorrow, tomorrow, Tuesday. 83 degrees on Wednesday, and then 80 again on Thursday. 67, all that sunny, by the way. Or mostly sunny. Sometimes partly cloudy. Friday is going to be raining, 67 degrees. Saturday, raining, 50 degrees. Sunday, rain, snow mix, 45 degrees. And then next Monday, back down to 45 degrees. Good old Minnesota, man. It doesn't know what it wants to do, Sometimes, especially up in the north, Duluth and whatnot. One day it'll be 56 degrees, the next day it'll be 95. It's like, Get me out of here, please. I want consistency. I want not brutal cold. Save me and my suffering, please. If I had enough money, I would be here May through October. After that, May through November, I should say. I would be here through late October, but November to like fucking April or even May. I should say May. Catch me down to somewhere down the southwest U.S., man. The dry heat for the winter. Gotta grind to make it a reality. Thanks for watching once again. Peace.